This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Let's start the show properly, Jordan. For everyone on Spotify, that was flawless. We didn't mess up the intro the first time. It was flawless.
I didn't mess up anything. That was all on
flawless.
you.
Welcome to the Spur of the Month podcast, everybody. I am your host. I am he who is we, and we are all together. Goo-goo-gachoo. I am your host, Justin Spurr, and I am joined by the Ringo of our group. It's Jordan Spurr.
Fuck you. I'm like the John.
I'm at least Paul McCartney.
You're the Paul. I'm the John. Wait, which one is more of the leader? Because you're more of the leader.
I mean, technically they were a duo.
I'm the equally important, but also here.
You don't want to be George? George wrote "While My Guitar Gently Weeps." Also, and I'm just saying, Gringo's still alive. He kind of won. I'm just putting it out there.
I mean, did he win? He's still alive.
It's the incomparable Jordan, everybody. Jordan, do a Queen wave. Queen wave for the crowd. On today's show, God, this is gonna be one of those episodes. On today's show, Jim Carrey might be George Jetson, and I need you to know how unbelievably excited I am to talk about that. They're making a Horizon Zero Dawn movie. Some news about Frozen 3. Channing Tatum's all like, why aren't they making 23 Jump Street? Batman news. Aaron Paul was supposed to be in Batman. Punisher, why is he going to be in Spider-Man? And other things. And then later in the show, we got Slasher Flick Sunday. You saw the title. I'm repping Jason, even though Jason's not on the show today. Spoiler alert. Jordan's repping Mike Myers, who is on the show today, and we're gonna be making fun of him a whole lot later. The green screen doesn't like his shirt. Look, I'm gonna shit all over that movie, but my God, that song is iconic. It really is.
It is. It really is.
But first, yeah, we'll do it here. We hit 276 subscribers, which, as a reminder to all of you folks, when we get to 300, we will be eating the hottest hot sauce that Save On Foods can provide us on something to be negotiated later. But we will eat that live on stream for you. It will be painful. It will hurt. But we will do it for the views. Because
I'm gonna die.
But now that we're at 276, we have defeated our current rival, which is Pantheon Podcast. Pantheon Podcast, you have gone down, son. And being that the next channel that we have to overcome in terms of subscribers, it only felt right to do this professional wrestling style promo. It only felt right to cut a professional style promo. So down the middle, we defeated the Party of Broadway World Podcast. We took down Pantheon Podcast. We're better than the Star Trek podcast with those two guys. But now we're coming for you down the middle. You're all very good people, and this is all in good fun, and we're just having a good time. But we're coming for you. We're gonna have you on one day. We're gonna talk about professional wrestling one day. We're gonna talk about professional wrestling things. But you're going down. Check them out. I linked them in the description. They're fun. It's all in good fun. But yes, we are at...
It's fun!
It's fun.
We're having fun!
We're having fun. We're having so much fun. It's all fun.
It's
fun. But go check them out. Subscribe to them as well. We... Rising tides and all that, But thank you for keeping us at 276. And reminder, again, at 300, we eat hot sauce. You want that. You want to see pain on camera.
At 300... Justin just chugged straight from the bottle of hot sauce while I eat a small dollop of something on something.
That's a 600. I will put it in a cup and I will drink it at 600.
You'll do a shot at 1,000.
I think I said habanero pepper at 500. Habanero pepper happens at 500.
You'll do a shot of ghost pepper hot sauce at 1,000.
I will do a shot. No, at 1,000 we're doing a hot ones. We're gonna do a pre-recorded hot ones.
Okay. Well then at 2,000. You will eat a Carolina Reaper pepper.
No, that the Carolina Reaper. If I'm gonna destroy my insides, that would be a million. I will eat a Carolina Reaper at a million, and I'm only saying that because it will never happen.
All right, you heard it
I am
here first,
vowing it
people.
now. I am manifesting
Everyone,
this now. It will
make it
never happen. We will never hit a
now.
million subscribers. I'm
Now,
never gonna
now,
eat a
now it will.
a Carolina Reaper. You're never gonna see this in a video later. Okay?
Oh,
I
we will
am
see it. We will see it
I
in the
am
video,
manifesting this now. It's never gonna happen.
or
We will.
it's gonna happen.
No, I'm not going far as to manifest that I'm not even gonna eat that habanero pepper.
That's at 1,000. You don't think we're gonna make it to 1,000?
That's 500. No, I'm manifesting it. So by saying that it won't happen, it will happen.
Oh, reverse psychology.
Exactly.
Got
I'm
it.
reverse
Got it.
psychologing the universe.
Got it. Got it.
Exactly.
Got it.
But that'll
Cool,
happen.
cool. No doubt. 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 No doubt.
Just so you know, if you want to subscribe, we got all kinds of fun. We are working on a secret project that may be coming out in a couple weeks. We're excited about to announce. We're not ready to announce it yet.
Don't talk about the secret project.
No, we're not. We can't. We're not. There's a secret project coming. We're working on it.
No, there's no secret project.
We're working on it. It's going to come out probably on Halloween. You're probably going to see it on Halloween.
No, it's not. Shut your mouth.
But we're not ready. We're not ready to announce it yet. It's not.
You
not
just
ready
did.
yet.
You're spoiling the shit out of it.
No, this is a soft launch. This is a soft launch. We're not a full launch. We're not ready to tell you what it is. We're just telling you that there might be a spin-off something happening maybe. And maybe another show maybe. I've said enough. I've said too much. I've said too much.
You've said too much.
But
you're promising too much that we can't yet commit
maybe
to.
Check back on October 31st because something exciting this week might be coming. Keep that in mind. The news. It's time to move on to the news. This intro has gone on too long. The news. I'm just like okay. Sorry. Behind the scenes moment. I'm just like okay. I gotta hit all the things I wanted to hit so that Vizard gets all of it in the first 5 minutes. So it's nice and easy. So hopefully Vizard gets all that and I don't have to cut all that myself. That'll be great. Thanks Vizard.
Thanks Vizard.
Thanks editing software. That we're not sponsored by this week, but we've been sponsored by before.
The news.
The news. Jordan.
Nintendo.
I saw this news, Jordan, and I got so excited. That Jim Carrey might be George Jetson. And Jordan, I'm gonna let you say your bit. I'm gonna let you boo. But okay. I mean, we've made fun of Jim Carrey so much, but like,
I just don't see him in that role.
He said he was gonna retire, and that the only thing that would bring him back was a gold-plated script. And the 2 movies he's chosen to come back for are Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and a live-action Jetsons. Well, to be fair, it's not official.
Allegedly,
a live-action Jetsons movie. And I know you're like, I don't see it.
I don't see it at all.
I don't know. It depends.
Well, I don't see it. I don't see it because, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. Jim Carrey doesn't bring anything. He just brings Jim Carrey. So you have to picture. Does George Jetson work? Because no, that's exactly what he does. That's what he did for Robotnik. That's what he did for Gerald Robotnik. All he does is Jim Carrey it up and mug it for the camera.
Well, okay. But to be fair, he doesn't always do that. But in the case of Robotnik, they asked him to bring that. So like, I understand.
That's all I've ever seen him do.
But it depends on my thing with George Jetson is he's kind of too old. George Jetson's kind of a younger guy. I know he looks old on the cartoon, but he's
supposed to be like middle age. He's supposed to be like 40s.
30s or 40s, yeah. So he's like I mean, if they did a thing of like George Jetson is like in his like later life and the kids are adults now, I'm just like
no,
maybe no. I'm just saying for Jim like because I've rewatched the movie recently. I'm like, yeah, Jim Carrey could do it. Like, he's just not the guy but who would you have seen? And you're not allowed to pick Chris Pratt.
I wouldn't have even thought of Chris Pratt.
Really?
I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't. this is another example of I never would have considered making this movie.
Really, because what made this so funny
Um,
to me is they've been trying to make this movie for years. Ever since we
but
first watched the
I su
Jetsons movie.
I suppose the first one that comes to my head is Paul Rudd.
Okay, I could see that. Because I don't disagree. Not because he'll Jim Carrey mug it. I just don't see him as George
I don't see him
Jetson.
as George
But
Jetson at
like,
all
if
in any
they
way.
did it like it's 100% like it's accurate to the car, it's basically like the Jetsons, not the Jetsons, like Speed Racer, where it just looks like the cartoon, but or like the Flintstones, where it just looks like the cartoon but live action, and he doesn't Jim Carrey it up as you put it. I can kind of like I'm picturing him with the red hair and in the costume, and I'm like, I don't not see it. It's one of those it needs to earn my trust, but they've been trying to make this
Yeah,
for like decades. Like I remember when we
it,
first watched the Jetsons movie, this was like they announced they were like they've been trying to make this since
I
the
think
Flintstones movie.
I think for me the reason why I'm immediately like no, just no, is because in my opinion, he is the worst part of the third Sonic movie. And I
Yeah,
don't,
but
I'm kind of Jim carried out.
I mean that I don't disagree with. But he is a big. This is a live action cartoon. He's a big cartoon. I don't see it, but look, I'm waiting to be impressed. But also, this is not official, so he hasn't officially signed on. He's not
Yeah.
officially George Jetson. I just can't believe they're still trying to make the live action Jetsons movie. Like I say, they've been trying to make it for years, like years.
Yeah. For me, yeah, Paul Rudd is the first one that comes to
I
mind.
don't know. And then it became like, who do you cast as the rest? I'm like, I
I have
don't
one,
know.
I have one casting choice that I would say I have firmly locked in my head, and that's Danny DeVito as Spacely.
I saw someone say that online. I'm like, yeah, I like that. That's funny.
I like
I
that, and to
enjoyed
me
that.
that works.
That totally works
As
for
for
me.
the rest of them, I have no idea. I mean, you'd have to get a kid to be Elroy, so some child actor. Um,
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have any strong feelings about it.
Yeah, my thing
I
is
just
just
know, I just know that I don't see Jim Carrey as
I
George
just want them to,
Jetson.
if you're gonna do it, now the technology is there, the CGI is there, just do what they did with the Flintstones movie, where it's just one, it just looks like this. Make it look like the cartoon.
Make it
Make
look
it
as accurate to
make
the
it
cartoon
look
as you
like the
can.
cartoon. Like just don't care if the writing's good, just make it look like the cartoon. That's my thing.
My thing is I'm just this is another example of and this happens to me every now and then where I'm like, who is this movie for? It's not for kids because kids nowadays have no idea who the
No.
Jetsons are. Is it for the adults? Because if it's for the adults, then I wouldn't make it kid friendly. I would make it a super adult movie
No,
and
I
make
mean
them
again,
go.
best template for this is well, okay. With anything Hanna Barbera related, the kids will like it pretty well no matter what. It's a cartoon. It doesn't require much,
Yeah, but
but
this is live action. It's not a
no,
cartoon.
but it's a cartoon. It's effectively a cartoon. If you're doing the Jetsons, you're doing a cartoon. So the best way to do it is you do it in the same vein of, like I said, keep going to the Flintstones movie or
Yeah, but you hated that one as a kid.
yeah, but it's not again. You're not really.
You just said
For
anything
certain kids, as long as it
cartoon.
looks enough like the cartoon, they'll get through it. I'm special. I'm unique. I'm willing to recognize
You're
that.
right, but the thing is that when we watched the Flintstones, we were just in that generation that still had the Flintstones on
Right, but what
television.
you're asking, hold on, you're not letting me answer the question. To answer your question, who is this for? Um, it depends on how it's made. Like if you make it like I say, like the Flintstones movie, or like the Brady Bunch movie, where it's like the cartoon, but it's almost a parody or a satire of the cartoon. So, it's tough because I would say it's for like my dad, his age, because they're the people who like the Flintstones, but also our age likes the Flintstones. So I think it's one of those. It's like the Flintstones movie in that it's one of those ones that adults our age get to go he ha ha. It looks like the cartoon, and then the kids then pick up an affinity for it, and that leads them to watching the cartoons. And then hey, maybe we see a revival of the cartoon Jetsons. That's probably what the idea is. It's an attempt, a blatant attempt to revive a franchise, is what I would say.
I need to see a trailer.
Yeah, I need to see it before I.
But just on face value,
Oh no, I've
no
wanted
Jim
this for
Carrey.
years.
No Jim Carrey. No Jim Carrey.
I've wanted this
No
movie
Jim
for
Carrey.
years. So I'm like, you know what? I'll suffer Jim Carrey for a live action Jetsons movie.
No, I won't.
Um. So
I don't know.
apparently,
Maybe it's just because of all of his out of movie stuff, but just he's lost me. I used
no,
to be a big Jim Carrey fan, but he's kind of really lost me.
I'll never fully lose me. I'll always have at least a little bit of
I
interest.
like who he was. I don't like who he is.
I will always have a little bit of interest for his movies. Anyway, moving on. Um, so they're talking updates for the Horizon Zero Dawn movie, and they apparently have a script, and they're looking for a director with the goal of shooting in 2026 and releasing it in 2027. And I don't know. I want it to be kind of a mindless like blockbustery. I'm kind of excited to see the robot dinosaurs and robot animals in big CGI. I'm kind of
Yeah, yeah. It's
I'm
so
excited.
it's
I'm excited for that.
that's one of those ones where it's like, there's a lot that you can do visually,
Yeah.
where it can look really pretty and really cool.
It makes me think
And
of that trailer that they used to play at movie theaters. We're like, ooh, what is that? Like that. I'm like, that would be a good movie. I'd watch that as a movie.
and the story, it's one of those ones where it's like I can see how you could make it into a movie.
You know who I would.
That being said, I kind of would like to see, maybe as a sequel or something, kind of like a prequel, which shows how the world got, like, actually
Yeah,
show that.
that would be fun. But you know who I would make? Who I would have be Aloy?
Who?
The girl from I wish I knew the actress's name. But the girl who was in Prey,
Ray.
the Predator movie,
I'm having a hard time picturing her.
the young native woman from Prey.
Okay. Yeah, I've only watched that movie like once, and it's been a while, so.
She was really good. She looks physically like Aloy. I think Aloy is supposed to be. Well, to be fair, all of their people are like a mishmash. So I think she'd be great. I think physically she could do it, and I think all of her action sequences in Prey were really fun. And I think it would be really fun to watch her shoot a bow and arrow at a robot dinosaur.
I just want to see the dinosaur, like the T-Rex one
Yeah, you have to.
specifically.
You know who they should get to direct it? They should get Gareth Edwards, the guy who did shoot. Oh, because I'm on a podcast, I'm totally blanking. He did Godzilla and Rogue One.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I
yeah.
think I think it would
Because
be a
yeah,
great.
that's one of the cool things about the,
Get a guy who can
although
do scale really well.
if I'm having it my way for that first movie, I want only the ones that were in the first game. So I don't want any of the ones that came in on the
Oh,
second
but you know they're
game. Or
gonna.
oh, they're going
They're
to, but I don't
gonna.
want that.
Um,
Um,
they're
like
gonna.
I would want them because they're the problem is if you do, unless it's in like a quick flyby shot, I guess. But if you do, there's so many of them.
It's a shame that Lance Henriksen. I hope I got that name right. Passed away. He's the guy in the first one, I think.
He's the
Um,
guy who helps out Aloy.
yeah, he could have just played the same character in live action if he didn't pass away.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I could have just been him. He's kind of I don't know who you get to replace him. Like he's so good in that game. That's a solid twist. I thoroughly.
Yeah, I don't know who
But
you
it's
get to
definitely one of those
replace him.
games where like yeah you can either isn't really a ton of story in that game. There's
I
not.
mean, there is, but
It's more background. But you could easily condense that. At least the first one. There's not really narratively complex until like the later part halves of it. So you can really condense. Most of that game is just hunting robot animals. So like
yeah,
you can really condense it down to a 2 hour story, and I don't think you'd lose much. It's one of those games where I'm like, oh no,
yeah. Well, it's one
this
of
could
those
be a
ones
movie.
where
I'm not surprised they made it into one.
it's your typical uh, uh open world game where it's like it has its main story,
Yeah,
which
but
the main story is fairly simple,
pretty simple.
and it doesn't really, like, you don't, a lot of what makes it complicated are the collectibles, where it tells you all the information about what happened, what kind of which is like you can just kind of skim past that. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's one of those ones where it's like I can see how you would make this into a
Yeah,
movie.
absolutely.
I absolutely get it.
I'm like, yeah, you
Um,
could easily, condense this down pretty easily. There's a lot of
and
fat
it'll
to be
be
shaved off.
it'll be one of those things where it's like, um, you trim out the fat of the game, and then if you want the full story, you go and you play the game,
Yeah, pretty
right?
much. Yeah, pretty
And
much.
you could even use the movie to show like machines that weren't in the game
That would be
that
cool.
like
That would
that
be
you
neat.
can't show in the game because like in a game you have to functionally think of how they're going to function in terms of gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if it's in a movie, you can just think what looks cool.
Yeah, pretty much. That yeah, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, let's get some unique looking animal monsters. Yeah, I want one that's a big lizard. Big lizard.
I'd like one that I mean, for if I'm making a movie, I'd like one that looks like a dragon. Like they go to a
Yeah,
fire
that's what I mean.
area
Big lizard.
and it looks like a dragon and it can fly and it shoots flame and like maybe the purpose of it in terms of saving the planet is like changing the area's temperature and it's for terraforming and like how they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But like I'm just saying, it's the opportunity to make some cool ones that like how do you fight a dragon one with a bow and arrow in the game, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah. Exactly. More flying ones would be cool. Like, there's not because flying ones are so hard to do, so there's only really like one or two flying ones. So like, more flying ones would be cool.
there's some more that got added in the second one, but yeah, no, that would be cool.
Um,
Or the one that I'd kind of like to see more of because I don't think we have a lot of them. Is I'd like if like she goes to maybe an underwater facility and we see like a killer whale
that
one,
would be cool. That would be cool.
like
Yeah, more
some
also more fish
underwater
ones.
ones. Yeah,
Jordan, bet you're wondering, it's Frozen 3 happening.
is it 2 years from now?
Well, apparently Kristen Bell and a lot of the actors are saying that they have been coming in for recording, she can't say like when production starts because that's not how animated movies work. So she says soon. So I suspect that they've been working on it, and probably within like the next year we'll start to hear about it. Certainly see like
So
promotion
it'll be
for it.
out. It'll be out in like 2 years then.
I don't know 2 years. I mean 2 years does feel reasonable, but it's been 4 years since the last one, I think, something like that. It's been a while.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so I can believe that they got straight to work on it.
Hold on, let's find out.
It always feels like those movies take too long to come out because it never capitalizes on. But then they're still stupid popular when they do come out. So
Right. Frozen 2 came out in 2019. So we're in 2025,
6 years.
6 years.
Yeah, so yeah, there's no way that they don't have some
Wow, is it
animation done.
really? Jesus. Where's the time gone?
Uh,
Where has the time gone, Justin? Justin, where's the time gone?
where has the time gone? Indeed, Jordan, Mr. Channing Tatum. He says that 23 Jump Street probably won't happen, despite the fact that it has a great script. That's funny. I know that they say what 21 or 23 Jump Street theoretically would have been about in the post credit for 22 Jump Street, but I don't remember what they said in that movie. But
Wasn't it something like they go and then they have jobs now or something?
I truly don't remember. Um, if this becomes a
Or like,
short,
or no,
you're probably
it
gonna
might have
see
been.
the clip just to see what it is.
I know they go through like a bunch of different like 23, 24, 25 like over the course of the credits.
Yeah,
And I seem to think one of them was like pre-med school or something
some
like that.
I remember one of them. It's Jonah Hill doesn't want to come back, and so he's got recast. And the next week he comes back and he's like, and seems as though we've renegotiated my contract and I'm back. That was funny. But yeah, he says that it's Channing Tatum says the script for it exists and it's sincerely the best script he's ever read. I don't believe
I,
that's true.
I
But
just don't
whatever.
believe that's true, but
This
okay.
just feels like he's saying this so that it gets enough attention so that they'll make it. But if you want to guess why he says it'll never get made, you're never gonna guess it because it's the most boring answer you can possibly think of.
Because the audience reception just wasn't there for the second one.
No, God, no. The second one was also popular. No, no. No, very wrong. He says, I get asked more about Jump Street 3 than any other movie on the face of the planet I've done. I don't think it'll ever happen, says Tatum. The problem is overhead. It would cost as much as the actual budget of the film, if not more, because of all the producers involved. It's just too top heavy. It falls over every time. So that tells me that like him, Jonah Hill, and like all of these people are producing, and they would cost too much money to pay producers, which is a disgusting reason to not make a movie.
Yep.
I told
Sounds
you, you never
like
guess
Hollywood.
It's boring as hell. So now, Jordan, comes the segment of the news I've called na 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 na.
Nintendo sucks.
Okay, let's do this again. It was the lead up to na 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 na.
Batman.
That's right. It's the special Batman segment of the show, and we're gonna pretend that Jordan didn't just fuck that up. It's Batman.
Batman.
News. And it was this first little bit of the news is a sub segment I like to call "Way to be late, way to be a week late coming soon.net" because I opened up this page and it was like Batman trailer, and I was like ooh, and then it was Batfam trailer again, and I was like oh, we talked about this last week. You're late.
No, I won't acknowledge that
You're
anymore.
late.
It doesn't exist.
And then they also announced this is the more interesting, more relevant part of the article. Apparently, they're doing a 6-episode series. I think is what it is. It's an animated adaptation of Batman Nightfall.
Cool.
You know what Batman Nightfall is?
I recognize the name, and I think it's what Arkham 3 was based off of.
Not Arkham 3. But you're close.
Yeah, Arkham 3.
It's one of
Nightfall.
It's
protocol.
based off of a third Batman thing, but not that Batman thing. It's Nightfall is the Bane, where Bane breaks Batman's back.
Well, then what's the end of the? I'm pretty sure that is.
It might share the same name, but Arkham 3 is not based on Nightfall. Nightfall is an adaptation of Bane. Bane shows up, breaks Batman's back, and it involves John Paul Valley. He takes over for Batman while Batman is recovering, and then at the end of it, Batman fights Bane in a robot suit.
Fair enough.
And yeah, it's the one where the Batman. So it's the Dark Knight Rises. It's technically sort of based on.
But yeah, okay, so I'm not wrong though. In Arkham Knight, the Nightfall Protocol, it's the final ending.
Yeah,
where Bruce Wayne's identity is exposed.
It's not based on Nightfall though. Oh. Okay. Sorry, this article says Bane confirmed, and I thought it was that he was confirmed as the bad guy in the Batman 2, which is why I kept this page, but it just says Bane is confirmed as the villain in Nightfall Part 1, Nightfall. It's like, yeah, Batman Nightfall Part 1, Nightfall. Yeah, I know. Of course he's the film's primary villain. That's the storyline he comes from. Why wouldn't he be? That would be like coming out and being like the Joker is the main bad guy in The Killing Joke. Yeah, it's kind of one of his most well-known stories. What?
I mean, but not everybody is a giant comic book nerd like you, so they might not know that.
When the mysterious behemoth known only as Bane frees Batman's entire rogues gallery from Arkham Asylum, the Cape Crusader is pushed. Wow, this sure sounds like Kraven's Last Hunt. I wonder which came first. Yeah, in the comic book,
not everybody is a giant comic book nerd like you, so they might not know.
I mean, right, but just in terms of the website, it didn't need 2 articles essentially saying the same thing.
You're right; it needs 5.
Just very strange. But yes, that's where again it ends with you know who John Paul oh my god, I keep fucking up his name.
If you can't even say his name, then I'm gonna say probably not.
John Valley. I'm pretty sure that's what his name is. I'm now second guessing myself. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. John Paul Valley is what his name is. He takes over for Batman, and he ends up being a kind of anti-hero character called something else. Azazel or Azrael.
Oh
Azrael.
yeah, yeah. He's in Arkham 3.
Yes, he was Batman for a while, and he's totally crazy.
Like
Like
Batman in that game is training him to be his replacement.
in Arkham 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's from the comics. So it is sort of loosely based on Nightfall then, because yeah, that's why it's called Nightfall. Is because he takes over for Batman in that comic, and then Batman comes back and fights him and takes over again, and then he beats up Bane in a robot suit. I'm pretty sure. I've only ever read it like once. It's very thick. It's like that thick. It's a very long storyline in the comics. Jordan. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't on the website, but there's a new trailer for that game Dispatch with Aaron Paul, which I really want to play. It looks really really fun.
Dispatch, the Laura Bailey one.
Yeah, I want to play
Yeah,
that
yeah.
game really badly.
It's on my wish list.
He he was promoting it, and he told a story about he was offered a role in a Batman movie.
Hmm.
He was supposed to
As
be
who?
he was supposed to be in The Dark Knight Rises, and he turned it down. Uh,
I wonder who he would have been. Because there's no way he was going to be
um,
Batman. I just don't
no.
see him. I
It
just don't
looks
see
like
him
it
as
was
a
just like
Batman.
some random small role. The question isn't really who he was going to be. It was more just why wasn't he in it? And it was two guesses, Jordan.
To be in this game.
No, this was a long time ago. This was for Dark Knight Rises. Why he
He
wasn't in it?
was on. He was doing El Camino.
Yeah, it was while I was scheduling conflict. Very boring answer. Scheduling conflict. That's why they couldn't do it. Let's move. Moving right along, Jordan. And our final. That's it. That's it for Batman. That's it for no, Batman. Aaron Paul could have been in Batman. That's how that ended.
Okay.
All right. So, in other further superhero movie news, they're doing a Punisher special, which I had literally no interest in watching until they announced that this Punisher special is going to tie directly into Spider-Man Brand New Day. Um,
So, okay. So when you say special, like 10-minute thing,
I'm get
15-minute thing,
I'm guessing probably 30 minutes to an hour.
interesting.
Uh,
So it'll set up the events of the Spider-Man movie.
I think it's going to explain what Punisher is doing in that movie. Certainly, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
Which,
That
because
makes
I think
that
he
makes sense.
filmed it at the same time. I'm pretty sure.
Interesting.
Yeah, because there's set photos of him filming both at the same time. So I think he filmed both at the same time. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to catch up on Daredevil. It's the only thing that it tells me. Jordan, I sent you a fun little
Oh,
trailer for a Daniel Radcliffe thing.
yeah, it looks boring.
What? You don't think that looks fun and cute? And it's three people singing a little song, and it's Jonathan Groff, the guy who played the king in Hamilton, and it's Harry Potter, and it's a third woman character, and they're doing a little song and a dance on the stage.
I mean, it. Sure, I guess. I was having a hard time following what it was actually about.
I think it's about three people from what I know. I guess let's see. Let's see if this says here. This article. Let's see what it says. Yeah, it's the original
I just
cast of
don't.
that production. They've come
I
back
don't
to
think
this
it.
pro shot.
I just don't think it was a very good trailer.
It's a I'm pretty sure it's a Sondheim piece, but it's basically about their life. Does this article not say what Merrily We Roll Along is about? Okay, let's Google. But it's I think it's about this three um these three people and their lives, their through music and whatnot. Yeah, it is Sondheim. I knew it. The story tells the show tells the story of how three friends' lives and friendships devolve over the course of 20 years. Particularly focuses on Franklin Shepard, a talented composer of musicals who over 20 years abandons his friends and songwriting career to become a producer of Hollywood movies. Like the play on which it is based, the show's story moves in reverse chron
Chronological order.
Yes, thank you. Beginning in 1977 at the Friends' lowest moment and ending in 1957 at their youthful best. That actually does sound fun.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, it has Daniel Radcliffe, so it gets a lot of leeway regardless. So you know,
It if it came to something, if it came to something that was close to me, I would go watch it.
I'd definitely consider it.
Yeah, the timing. It's coming out in December. I'm supposed to, or I think Haley wants to talk about it on her show, so I might somehow have to find a way to watch it. I don't know yet, but I do want to see it. Whether I watch it later digitally or I watch it in theaters, I do want to see it. I'm excited about that. And in continuing in weird trailers, so this is a segment of the show I'm calling Weird Trailers because it's weird trailers. Velocipaster 2, which I sent to Jordan, knowing full well it would mean absolutely nothing to him. And
It meant very little to me.
I need you to understand, Jordan. I sent that to you so I could be like, I've seen the first movie and it meant nothing to me. From what I could tell, the guy from the first movie, the Velocipaster, the titular Velocipaster, is going to Italy to hunt an unrelated killer. I think is what it looks like the plot is. It looks just as funny as the first one.
I mean, plot is a generous term for what I saw.
Yeah, it has a loose plot. It's mostly just about the blood and the violence.
To me it looks like a parody of a movie, like
Kind of
an
is.
early 2000s parody movie.
I think it kind of. I mean, that's kind of how I would characterize the first one. It was really fun. The first one was fun. I'll definitely. I just thought it was funny because had I not watched that movie for the show, I would have completely skipped over this and not. It was just. I was like, that's weird. That's weird timing. I just watched this movie. Jordan. Jordan. We'll end on that. I'm gonna swap this around. Um,
I have a thing I want to talk about.
um, oh, okay. So again, this website sometimes its titles of its articles are misleading. So Jordan, this is the article. This is the title. Unexpected Avatar movie now arriving before Fire and Ash. Watch trailer. So what do you think that means?
Sorry, say that again.
Unexpected Avatar movie now arriving before Fire and Ash. Watch trailer.
There's going to be another. I'm assuming you're talking about the blue people avatars.
Yes.
There's a secret one that's coming out that takes place before the fire one that was
Like I thought
announced.
I was like, oh, maybe it's like a in between cool that's like an animated movie that's kind of fun and builds out the world a little bit. No. The trailer for I didn't even watch this trailer. The trailer for a new Avatar project titled Fire and Water: Making of Avatar Films has been released, which
Oh,
I
so
guess is a
it's just a
documentary.
behind the scenes documentary, I guess.
Which like why? I don't know what else they could possibly without watching the trailer have to say that hasn't already been told in behind the scenes stuff for on the DVDs of the other movies. But all right,
Yeah,
I guess if you're
I don't
really
get it.
invested in like I won't lie, I'd say some of the as a person who likes movies, um
Some of the
some of
mocap stuff is cool.
yeah, like the second one, they did a lot of that shit underwater, and just the idea of not only being underwater but being loaded with like motion capture equipment sounds awful and terrifying to me. So like, I'm not gonna take that away from him and be like that's not impressive, but like, yeah, these movies have never really done anything for me. That's not true.
Not,
The first
not
one
since the
did
first
something. Yeah, I was
one.
gonna say the first one did something for me the first time, and that's because I like mindless, shameless science fiction. So like,
Oh, I
there.
mean, I just mean from a technical standpoint. Back then, that was the peak
Oh,
of 3D is
nah,
new and cool.
I cannot.
Everybody is liking this movie because of that.
No, I can remember that. The first time I ever watched it was before anyone else did. We they were showing it in IMAX, and in order they needed to test the print, and so they invited all of us to watch it early. So I got to watch it like 2 days early, and I remember being really impressed walking out of it. And I have Facebook statuses that back this up, but I was never once impressed by the technical aspect of it.
I
Never.
was more talking the general audience.
Oh, the audience. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, you're right. The it being 3D is what made that thing popular. But I'm just saying for
Because
myself,
otherwise the movie was just blue Pocahontas.
pretty much. I mean, we made fun of it for being Blue Pocahontas back then. But yeah, no,
We
I
did.
there was stuff in that movie that resonated with me. The reason I hate that movie is all personal. Like I won't even
That's
pretend
that
otherwise.
that's fair. That's fair.
I have personal reasons for hating that
I
fucking
just think
movie.
they're too long. Really, that's where my
The first
thing
one's not
comes
so
from
bad.
at this point.
The second one's pacing is real. I might have to go back and do the second one. God, I might have to go watch that thing in theaters. Um, find a way to maybe do pick a director and do James Cameron so then I have a reason to talk about that second one. Because the number one problem with that second one is we watched it in the high frame rate, and it made it hard to focus. And
That's true.
I just remember the pacing being really horrendous in it, and like there being an extended sequence of them hunting a whale that goes on forever. Like I remember the
I
pacing in the
just
first one was at least all right. Like if you're like for me, if you're
I
like you get to the end and you're like, oh, it's almost over already, that means the pacing is good. It means you didn't notice that it went past.
I just remember for the second one walking away from it going like that was boring.
Yeah,
That's my strongest recollection of that movie
it was too
is just
long.
being like it was boring.
But to be fair, any movie over 3 hours is too long. Any
Yeah.
movie, it doesn't matter the movie. There's 3 hours is too long for a movie.
Yep.
I've never seen a movie in which like there's been lots of movies I've been like, oh, this is a good movie, and it's been a good movie, but it's too long. Like I love Dances with Wolves, but it's too long. I've never seen a movie that benefited from being 3 hours long. It's always been like, yeah, I could cut the editor and me could cut 15 minutes out of this and it would be shorter and it would be better. Like any amount that you could make this less than 3 hours means it's a better movie. Like a three and a half,
And
there's just
and if it needs to be 3 hours, then it should probably be on streaming as like a broken up show.
if your movie needs to be 3.5 hours, split it in the middle and make it an hour and a half movies, and those two movies will be better for it. I know someone's gonna come into the comments and yell at me because this is obviously gonna become a video, but like. I refuse to believe that I've never seen a 3 hour movie that benefited for being 3 hours. Name me one that benefits by being 3 hours long, and I will tell you you're wrong. Speaking
I
of
mean,
being
yeah,
too
no.
long,
I I can't because I think I agree with you. So
speaking
I'm
of
not the
being too
person to
long,
defend the other side.
they finally, and I actually respect him for doing this, but the one of the creators of Stranger Things, um, announced the actual runtimes in a post titled "Actual Runtimes" because there was that, and we talked about it on the show. Or no, I think I wasn't gonna, and then Haley commented about it in the comments, and I said it was probably fake. But he posted a post that was actual runtimes for the first. I don't know how many episodes there are, but for 4 episodes they have the actual runtimes. Um,
What are they, Justin?
so chapter 1, The Crawl, is 1 hour and 8 minutes. Chapter 2, The Vanishing, is 54 minutes. Chapter 3, The Turnbow Trap, is 1 hour and 6 minutes. And then chapter 4 is an hour and 23 minutes, which is, Jordan, say it,
Still too long,
too
but
long.
that
That's
but
too long.
better than like 3 hours for every
Yeah, it's
episode.
better than the 3 hours we were threatened with. This is still too long.
Still
Like
too long.
still too like immediately I see those runtimes and I'm like, there's no way these don't have pacing problems. Because that
You
was the
need if
problem
you
with the
need to
last
have
season is that every one of those
if
episodes had pacing problems.
if you need to have if there's one thing watching The Walking Dead has taught me, 45 minutes is enough.
45 minutes is the perfect length for a prestige television show. I don't think
It's
it's an acceptable length of
more than
television.
enough.
I think 30 minutes is the perfect length of television. 20 to 30 minutes is the perfect length of television, and anything else is too long. But that's just my opinion. Like for
That
shows,
that's just me growing up on actual, network
television,
television and,
exactly.
and being used to that.
But 45 minutes is still network television, and that is the correct length for an
A
hour,
longer
a
piece.
longer
Yeah.
piece. An hour is too long. At 40 minutes in an hour long episode of television, I'm like, oh my god, when is this going to be over? Like,
Yeah.
it's too long. If like an hour and 20, it's just a movie. It's
To
just
be
a movie.
to be fair, I mean, I've never actually been officially diagnosed with ADHD, but maybe that's just my ADHD.
I've
Maybe I
seen
just
people
can't.
with ADHD who can sit and watch an hour long
Maybe
television.
I just can't sit down
It's
there for that long. But
example of I've never seen a television show that was longer than 40 minutes that was paced well. That wasn't like these scenes are going on. This isn't a movie. Like I saw someone say this about the Duffer Brothers is just go make movies. Just go make movies. You clearly want to make movies. You're ruining television. Like I had someone strip said that you're ruining television with this hour 20-minute television episode fucking nonsense.
that's not a movie, or
And
that's not an hour 20 is not an episode of TV. That's
my
a movie.
my friends gave me
There
shit.
are literally movies that I've watched this week, which were an hour 20.
Hour 20,
So
exactly. Like my friends gave me shit because I said the same thing about Sherlock, where I was like, that's an unacceptable length for a television show. Television should be 30 to 40 minutes. That's it. Any longer than that is unacceptable. And so they were asked if they if they're gonna play the series finale in movie theaters, and they said no. And they were asked how long the series finale is, and he says it probably clocks in at around 2 hours, which is, again, Jordan, to reiterate,
not television length.
too long, too friggin' long. And so
not television length. That's
no,
the thing. That's really the point here, is that is not television length. That is the length of a movie.
they were asked,
Just
just
fucking stop trying to market this as television and say that you want to make a Stranger Things movie.
and so they were asked if they're gonna play it in theaters, and he said probably not, because too many people are used to watching Stranger Things on streaming. And my answer to that is just do both. I'm sure there's people who would love to go watch the Stranger Things series finale in movie theaters, and just as there's people who will probably just want to watch it on streaming. Like if you just put it on streaming, you're not making any money. Put it on if you put it on in theaters, even for a day, then at the very least, hey, you could potentially go for an Academy Award. Like, there's so many more options and opportunities open to you, and it's a movie. If it's 2 hours long, it's a movie. Put it in theaters. Like, make some money off of this.
Make it so that there's a point for it being movie length.
Right? Like, other than you clearly just want to make a movie. It's like what? Why? I guess maybe one could argue though, what's the difference between like having 6 episodes that are like an hour long versus 22 episodes that are 20 minutes long? It's because it makes it hard to watch. Like, yeah,
well, the difference between the two is when it's 6 episodes that are 20 minutes that equal up to an hour or whatever. The difference is that there are clear defined points that break it, so that if I don't want to sit there and watch an entire hour's worth of television, there's a clearly marked spot where I can
squeeze
stop.
in a 20-minute episode of television. I can't squeeze
Whereas when it's an hour long, those are designed and created to be sat down and watched in one viewing, and I don't necessarily want to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to sit there and watch an hour worth of.
That's the difference.
I want to watch 20 minutes worth of television in short bites. If I want to sit there and watch an hour 20 minutes, hour 30 minutes of a thing, I'd watch a movie. Right?
Yes.
I don't have the time to devote 9 hours to 6 episodes of television. Like, I don't have the time for that. I don't want to do that.
It's not even that. It's not even that you have the time. Don't have the time. I don't want to.
I don't want to do that. And it's making other television shows worse because there's so many of these shows which are like an hour. Like the Marvel shows are the worst offenders for this, where they're like an hour long when they don't need to be, when they could easily be 30 minutes. Like, you could shave off 20 minutes of them aimlessly wandering around an empty room. Like, you could do that. It's not necessary. It doesn't add anything to this. Like, I don't need them to walk around with flashlights for an additional 10 minutes to blow out the friggin' runtime. Like, again, it's been multiple years since I've watched the last season of Stranger Things, but the number one thing I remember about it is that it has horrid pacing. Horrible, awful pacing. Like,
it's forgettable.
And you don't remember any of it. Like, I'll never forget when we watched season 3, and we got 3 episodes in before we realized the blonde woman was Mike's mom. We're like, who is this woman? I don't.
What's going on?
What is going on? And I can't be bothered to rewatch every season every time I want to remember what happened in the previous season. Yeah, I don't get Stranger Things. I'm pretty happy it's ending, just as the cast are.
I was just gonna say.
Jordan, what's your news piece? No, what's your news piece?
So recently, I don't know if you've heard, but there's a new Pokemon game, which has come out, and apparently it's awful, shocking no one.
What?
But apparently, like you in this one, instead of going out and exploring, you're confined to one city for the entire game.
I've heard of these games, but I don't think this is the first one. There's more than one of these.
This is ZA and Z whatever. It's the new one.
I've heard about this where you only get to do, but apparently there's a reason for it, and it allows the Pokemon. Well, at least what they said was it like allows the more detail with the Pokemon battles or something.
I mean, from what I've seen of people going through, it looks awful. The like you go through and like the windows, the balconies are just flat textures where
Oh yes,
they're not even modeled
I
out.
have heard of this. Yes, yes, yes.
And so, but the reason why I bring that out is because apparently Game Freak is coming out with like a full blockbuster game, which is like in gorgeous graphics, like looks good. Definitely feels like they put their full attention into it, and so fans of Pokemon are pissed because it sure comes across like Game Freak doesn't want to actually do Pokemon anymore, and they're being forced to do it. So it gets like the bare minimum of their attention while they go off I'll look up the name of this other game, but while they go off and make this full big budget game that they actually want to work on. Game
Um,
Game Freak.
yeah, they should sell the license then. Just sell the
Well, it's
license.
especially for people are especially pissed because Nintendo is claiming patents on like the stuff that makes Pokemon, which is why Pal World got gutted. I don't know if you've heard of the game Pal World.
Oh yes, yes, they sued the crap out of some company. To be fair, it did look an awful lot like Pokemon, but with
I
guns.
mean, sure, but if Game Freak isn't gonna make an actual good Pokemon game, someone should. Upcoming, that's what it is, Beast of Reincarnation, which
Oh,
is a AAA game, and it's like it looks like a modern game, whereas fucking the Pokemon games for the past long while, even though they're on an actual console, still look like handheld games.
yeah, they do. I've seen a lot of really good YouTube videos which are like, this is why Pokemon sucks, and I'm saying Pokemon sucks for they
Um,
make like
the thing that makes me laugh
slight increases and you know, or they catch up to where they should have been 10 years ago.
the thing that makes me laugh about it is I saw a post earlier where it was like Digimon like for years there was the Digimon versus Pokemon which was better. Digimon has finally beaten Pokemon because Time Stranger is so much better than the recent Pokemon game.
This is
And
true.
I was like, that
It's
I think
not
that's true.
it's not untrue. It's not
And I
untrue.
thought that was funny. But yeah, I wanted to bring that up because I was like the fact that afterwards you should go and look up the trailer for the game that I just mentioned, the Beast of Reincarnation or whatever, and then keep in the back of your mind that these are the same people that made Pokemon,
Yeah.
like the most recent Pokemon game, and then question why they can't make a Pokemon game that looks this pretty.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're not spending. Well, I mean, also to be fair, they're handcuffed to the fact that they're a Nintendo company, so they have to be on the Switch. So they're always going to look slightly worse.
Sure, but I've seen people that have compared the most recent Pokemon game to Breath of the Wild, and Breath of the Wild still looks pretty.
This is true. That's a fair point.
So there's really no excuse. The hardware is there. They could make a game which looks better than the one they
It's
put
because they
out.
know people will just they know the value in their IP. They know that they could just put out a Pokemon game and people will buy it.
It's so lazy.
So there's no incentive for them to do better because people will do. It's the same thing with Mario. There's no incentive to do anything unique or creative because people don't buy the unique creative Mario games. They just buy the ones that
Ugh,
same as the previous
it
one.
bothers me. But see, that's where it's irritating because like on all of these videos that I've seen of this new game, um people are complaining because they compare it to the Arceus game, which from what I've seen was a better game, right? Which came out before. And so people are comparing it to that and saying this one looks like shit, but they still go out and spend the like $80 to buy it, and it's like, well, that's why they keep putting out shit
Pretty
because you
much.
people keep spending the money on this shit.
Pretty much. In order to
I
complain
need,
about
and
how it's
I
shit.
and I needed to use this show as an excuse to complain about it,
That's fair. That is totally fair.
and that's my news article that I'm contributing.
All right, Jordan. That's it for the news.
Do 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 do.
We did it. We did it. Today's episode, once again, and will continue to be, as always, supported by Wild Education. We're supporting Wild Education. We're asking you to support Wild Education by clicking the link in the description down below.
Like it.
They need your help. They need to move to a new place. They need to buy a new place to move to, and they need to move within the next year. They recently did a haunted Halloween house They're very good people. They need your support. Please.
Think of the animals.
And also we did our fun wrestling bit earlier, but please support and subscribe to Pantheon Podcast and Down the Middle and Party Broadway World Podcast and all those other guys on
But
RT
but
Media.
but only after you've subscribed to us. We want your vote first before you go to
It's
them.
true. Before you
Because
go to
we're
them.
coming for them.
Because we're coming for them. Ooh. That's it. That's the
Ooh.
sponsorship section. On today's show, as you've no doubt noted, as we've already mentioned, Slasher Flick Sunday with all sorts of slasher villains from Jordan. And for me, it's most going to be the Scream movies because I watched the Scream movies this week. Jordan, what's your first one?
My first one, we have to go back to 1974 when people just picked up hitchhikers even though they look crazy. Um, we're going to talk about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Seriously though, within the first little bit of that movie, the teenagers pick up what looks, I mean, he looks mentally unstable.
It's the
Um,
1970s. Yeah, you're not wrong. A lot of times with slasher flicks, they're representative of the fear and the not insecurity so much, but it's about what was then. And yeah, that was very much a thing. Like the concept of
Stranger danger.
picking up a hike. That's why they tell you not to pick up hitchhikers and strangers, is because of movies like this, right?
Yeah. Well,
That's
also because movies like this, if humanity has taught me anything, movies like this were probably in the 70s inspiring people, hitchhikers to, get violent
yeah, pretty much,
to
yeah.
a
This
degree
and I think
anyway.
Joyride was another big like scary hitchhiker movie. Um,
Um, but yeah, no, for those who don't know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the teenagers are in Texas. A group of them are going to their grandparents' old house, I think is what it was. And the one of them is, oh, I can't say it the way that I would normally say it. He's the main girl's brother, and he's a paraplegio, in a wheelchair, and he's annoying.
well, hey, he can be annoying. The Jordan, let's not be ableist. He can be annoying and also be in a wheelchair. One cannot be related to the other.
Oh, you're absolutely
He's
right.
not
I
annoying
was get
because he's in a
I
wheelchair.
I was well in this movie they kind of frame it that way
Because it's the 1970s and the 1970s
because
were
it's the
ableist as fuck.
1970s. Yeah. So I don't see it that way, but the movie kind of makes it out
I
to
am a good
be.
person. I don't see it that way.
Oh no, I'm an awful person, but in this
I am an
instance, I don't.
absolute saint.
I'm a saint compared to what some of these movies did, but yeah, because like in this movie, for example, there's a part he's so whiny, he's so whiny. It's really hard to like him. But there's this point where the two friends have wandered off down the hill and haven't come back in a while. So the girl wants to go down the hill, and she's like, "Give me the flashlight." And he's like, "No, like no, like no." And she's like, "Give me the flashlight." He's like, "Just give me a second and I'll come with you." And she's like, I can't push you down the hill. Like, I can't do it. Give me the flag. Okay, I'll go without it." He's like, "No, I'm coming with you. Hold on. Just wait."
I'll
Uh,
roll on down that hill on my own.
or there's a point where, like the three of them or four of them or whatever are upstairs, and he's downstairs, and he's doing like a "oh yeah, come along, it's gonna be fun, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah" kind
think
of thing.
scary. I think. Have you seen Scary Movie 2? I know you watched the first one for the show, but have you ever seen Scary Movie 2?
Generally, I think so, but not in a long time. Because I know, I remember I've seen the one. I think it might have been three, where it has the guy with the tiny hand.
That's the second one. That's the second
Is
one.
that the second
That's
one?
the
Okay,
second
yeah.
one.
Then I've
I
definitely seen that one.
David Cross is in there as a wheelchair guy, and I'm wondering if he's making fun of this character because
Yes, I fully
I've
believe so.
never seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but I've seen the remake, and that character does
Interesting.
not make it to the remake. Leatherface has had like multiple variations, like multiple versions of him, and there's been kind of
See,
like Michael. He's kind of like Michael Myers in that like there's multiple continuities when it comes
yeah.
to
Well, what
Leatherface.
interested me about this one was, and this was kind of a weird one to start off on, because like with when I think slasher villain. I don't think slasher villain, and then he also has a family there.
Yeah, he's not really.
He's
He's
not really the main
he's
guy.
not really the main guy in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, no. And it is based off of obviously a massacre in Texas, but very
Oh,
loosely.
is it?
Yeah, yeah,
Because from what I understood, it was supposed to be like it was. Oh no, yeah, it does say here.
it's
No, no, no.
very loosely.
The film was marketed as being based on true events to attract a wider audience,
Yeah.
but I don't think it actually was.
No, well, it's not. It's not one to one. Like it's
It says it's
very loosely inspired by.
inspired by the crimes of murderer Ed Gein.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Inspired, like very loosely. But
Um,
the main bad guys. To be fair, again, I have not seen the original, but in the remake, the main bad guys are more his family, and it's like they send him out to get people. Enforcer. He's more of an enforcer.
yeah, like in this one, um, okay, before I say this, you know the story of Mice and Men, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this one, okay, there's three of them. There's the dad who kind of just lets them do whatever they want. So I don't really count him because he doesn't do any of the actual killing.
Yeah.
So in terms of the actual killing, yeah, there's Leatherface who, oh, I can never remember which is which. Lenny is the big dumb one in
Yes.
of Mice and Men, right?
Yes.
He's essentially Lenny.
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, he has the
And
mental disposition of a child, basically, in
yeah,
most versions of him.
and then there's the crazy like the other brother who is again the hitchhiker that they picked up who looked mentally unwell, and you definitely should not have stopped to pick him up.
No,
Uh,
in like I think in the remake, one of the family or extended family is also in the town. So like there's an evil sheriff who is like one of his cousins or something who's also helping cover it up. But yeah,
Interesting.
it's not like he's going out and killing people and they're like covering it up. At least not in I cannot speak to the original, but with him it's like no, they're killing and he helps them basically.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the dad doesn't kill. That's the big thing, is and I yeah, like the dad doesn't. So they keep going like, shut up, like we do all the work, and you don't do anything. You're a bitch,
Right.
basically. Quiet bitch boy. Um, and so yeah, no, it's very much the two brothers that are, and so it's just, it's weird to me that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise became affiliated or attached to Leatherface when he's really like he's not a Jason,
No, he's absolutely not Jason. No,
and
not
he's not like he's not a Freddy, he's not a even an Art the Clown. Like it's not
no.
he's not the thing. He's just one of the
He's just
things.
one of the things, but
But
he's
like
the scariest
going
looking
into
thing.
this, going into this, like I've never seen anything to do with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The only thing that I know of Chainsaw Massacre is the killer is Leatherface.
Yeah,
That's what my predisposition going into this is.
and
But it's not true.
most people think of
It is
Leatherface.
true, but it's only half true.
They don't think of the original Leatherface because he was like a spindly thin guy in the original, and the version of him that's
No,
in like
in this version, he's a big fat, like he's a big guy.
is he a big guy?
The younger brother or the other brother is the small spindly guy.
Oh, okay, fair enough then. Fair enough.
But the he's very much. That's why I say it makes me think of Mice and Men because Leatherface is the big like Lenny guy, and the smart one is the small like thin guy.
Yeah.
But he's not Leatherface.
No. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not. Jordan.
But overall, you know, it wasn't bad for a
I
movie from the 1970s.
it is.
I mean,
an
I
icon
will
for a
say.
reason.
I will say it doesn't it's another one of those it doesn't really end, it kind of just stops.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of these horror movies are like that.
So
Where it
like
doesn't really have an ending.
Sally gets picked up by a pickup truck and she's laughing hysterically as they drive away from Leatherface, who's just swinging a chainsaw in the middle of the road.
You're like, shouldn't someone get that guy? No, we're not gonna
Some
get that guy. Feels like
No, we're
someone
just
should get
gonna
that
leave.
guy.
Okay,
We're just gonna
no,
leave
that's
him.
fine.
All right, that's cool. So for Jordan, that's it. That's it for Texas Chainsaw
No, I
Massacre.
mean there's really not much more to say about this one.
So as previously discussed, for reasons that will become apparent later, I, for research purposes for something, had to watch all six of the Scream movies. And so Jordan's already had the opportunity to very briefly hear me talk about these. But today, I'm going to go individually, one at a time, through every single one of these, bit by bit. We're gonna pull them apart. And
So would you say you're gonna go balls deep into Scream?
I am, but I realized this morning I'm gonna not tell you who the killer specifically is for when you inevitably watch these movies later. So I'm not spoiling it, but I will say their motivations and why they're doing what they're doing. Because to begin at the beginning with 1997's Scream,
I
these
watched that
movies,
one.
Jordan did watch that one. These movies are, in their inception, meant to be a parody of um, horror tropes and horror movies. Because when that movie came out, horror movies had kind of reached a low. They were kind of like, I mean, when you think about it, have watched, well, it's not spoiler for a movie I watched later. American slasher flicks by that point were, what year did one of your Freddy movies come out? Like 85, 86?
Something like that. Hold on, I can tell you exactly. Uh, where is it? Keep talking.
Well, it's just horror movies where George
1984 is when the first Nightmare on Elm Street came out.
1984. So this came out within the space of like late stage Freddy and Jason movies, which were silly by that point. They were goofy and they were made fun of culturally for being silly. So this one wanted to parody tropes of that genre while also being a solid whodunit slasher flick. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with Scream is about Sidney Prescott, whose friends and people attached to her are being slowly killed by a mysterious masked killer in a ghost face mask, which was funny. Those masks were actually popular independently from the Scream franchise. Like they exist. I remember people who had those costumes and they had nothing to do with Scream back in the 90s. But
That's funny.
I remember in that movie, yeah, came in '97.
They very quickly became just known as the Scream Mask.
I remember being in like I think fourth or fifth grade, because yeah, something like that. That early age, and I remember being in elementary school and people like dressing up as Ghostface. But yeah, so this a lot of the people, early people in career. So it's got Matthew Lillard, it's got Skeet Ulrich, it's got Courtney Cox, who at the time they didn't know whether or not this was gonna whether or not this was gonna hurt her, whether or not this was gonna work. Because at the time she was on Friends, and so during the day she was doing Friends, and at night she was doing this. And this character is just so different from
Monica.
Although this movie wants to make the case that she's awful. Also, just going forward, she gets punched in the face in like every one of these movies. That's one of my favorite moments is when Sydney just right crosses her. It's like solid right cross.
Nicely done.
Nicely done. But like, I would argue that Gale isn't necessarily the bad guy here. Like she's fighting for the like I guess the idea is supposed to be that she's just doing it for the intention and the glory, but she is fighting and advocating for a guy who is technically innocent.
Yeah, but she wants to use him.
Yeah,
which is why she's bad.
But it doesn't like later movies is like, oh, she's just gaining advantage. But this one, it does seem reasonably altruistic, at least a little bit at the beginning. I
could see the argument.
So she's being called by how do I want to do this? Drew Barrymore in one of her in a great cameo in the beginning. So the pop culture part of this is the characters are self-aware, so they're drawing attention to the horror trope. So the movie opens up with your classic the girl cold open. The girl is being stalked by the killer, is inevitably killed, but they're doing trivia. And a thing that bothered me this time was how he kills her on a technicality. They ask her. I can't remember all the. Let me see if I can find the questions.
There's references to Freddy. There's references to Jason.
Hold on, I want to see if I can find the questions. Shoot.
Who's your favorite movie?
Here we go. Killer. Yeah, I guess I didn't ask you that, Jordan. What's your favorite scary movie?
Who's your favorite movie? Scary movies killer. Oh, I like the one that has the Freddy. Oh, you mean the one who has knives for hands?
Jordan, what's your favorite scary movie? Well,
I mean, this week or in general? And do I have to pick a specific one, or can I just say the franchise?
you say whatever. Say
Um, well, if I'm going by the ones that I watched this week, that's tough. Uh,
what are the questions the killer asks at the start of Scream One?
I mean, I'm okay. I have two answers. In terms of it being campy and stupid and fun, my favorite one this week was the Mousetrap, uh, because that was
Yeah,
really, really dumb.
I'm very
Uh,
stoked to watch that. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
uh, but in terms of like my favorite movie slasher villain, it's got to be Jason.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. I mean, Jason is always my favorite. I think my favorite scary movie. I don't know. Scary movie, like movies don't really scare me anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So like, but my favorite movie, yeah, villain is Jason. Love
I
Jason.
guess I guess
Jason's always
also
my favorite.
in terms of this week, in terms of ones that like plausibly could happen and make me nervous in that regard, um I would probably choose Hellfest.
Ooh, fair.
Have you ever watched
Uh,
Hellfest?
no.
Oh, well, I'll tell you about that in a little bit.
Uh,
So, what were you looking up?
I was looking up so at the beginning of the movie, the questions that he asked, I can't find them though. Uh,
Okay, well, we'll move on then
uh. But
instead of just
anyway,
sitting here.
anyway, the final question was, who's the killer of Friday the 13th? And she says Jason Voorhees, and he goes, no, that's wrong. The killer in Friday the 13th was Pamela Voorhees, and that is a trick question, and I call bullshit. Because technically speaking, depending at which point you are entering the franchise, if you want to be like, if he didn't, the question did not have enough specificity, okay? Because what are you asking? You're asking who's the killer in Friday the 13th Part 1? Because if you're like, who's the killer in Friday the 13th Part 1, then yes,
You
technically
need to
speaking, it is violence.
you need to specify
It
it.
is
You need to
technically
say
Pamela.
part one.
It is technically
Because
Pamela
otherwise,
versus.
I hear that question and I hear the franchise.
Right, so you're like Jason. Jason is obviously the villain of that franchise, right? The rest of the movies is Jason. So it depends on when you're asking. I know it's
Although
pedantic, but it's my life at
although
stake here.
I suppose one thing that needs to be taken into consideration is when did this movie come out and how many were out at that point?
97, so the 90s. So there's, I think, by that point, at
Because
least
off the top
seven.
of my head, I genuinely don't remember.
I want to say 7 or 8 by that point. We might have been up to 9.
That sounds like way too many.
97? Yeah, we would have been up to, we would have,
That sounds like way too many.
because number 9, hold on. Number 9 was, I'm pretty sure, the 90s. Hold on, part 9. 93. So 9, yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Then yeah, no, then that's definitely a
I knew
trick
it was
question, which I
pre.
guess is kind of the point.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. It's supposed to get it wrong no matter. And then, yes, obviously, big twist, big reveal at the end of the movie. The killers are Billy Loomis and Stu Macher, who's Skeet Ulrich, and
Shaggy's
Shaggy.
going for the kill.
Have you heard? I just or uh, Matthew Lillard came out and said that they do you think they're gay? Do you think they're gay lovers?
I think
This is not me. This is
Matthew.
not a gotcha question. It's legitimately like people think that they are. Or
I
at the,
I I think because I don't remember the other guy's name, but I think that the one guy isn't, but Matthew Lillard's is,
he
and he
definitely
has
is, right?
and he's into the other one.
Right, like that. That's a theory. That's legit. Like this is not me being like facetious or that's a legit discussion point. If people think that, because obviously the big reveal at the end is see the thing about Scream is it's so iconic. I don't feel bad spoiling it because everyone knows the spoiler for it. But the whole thing is, Sydney's mom was cheating on Sydney's dad around town. So she was sleeping with Cotton, and then she was sleeping with Billy Loomis's dad. And Billy Loomis found out,
And Billy.
and Billy, yeah, Billy Loomis, the his
Yeah,
dad.
she was sleeping with him and his dad.
No, just the dad. Not
They don't they do a whole thing where they like she's like you were sleeping with my mom.
really. I don't think
I'm
that's
pretty
true.
sure.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google this. I don't. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Definitely the dad. No, it wasn't. Well, I think what you're thinking of is they said that she was raped.
Oh, maybe.
But no, he's not sleeping. He's not sleeping with her mom. Um, and yeah, he finds out that Sydney's mom's sleeping with his dad, and that's why. Well, he's pissed off that they got divorced. That's why his mom left, because she found out that his dad was sleeping with Sydney's mom, and so he killed Sydney's mom and framed Cotton to do it. And the theory is, get this back around to my point, was that Billy has a motive. Stu just wants to help Billy because,
Yeah.
as you put it, he has a crush on him. He has no motive to kill otherwise. The only one he has a
Well,
motive
yeah,
to
and it's
kill.
kind of supported by in the final scene or whatever, where they're gonna stab each other or they stab each other or whatever, and Stu is definitely taking his cues from Billy.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
he definitely is. Like he's like almost yeah, like a sycophantic lover. Like
Yeah,
he's
absolutely. Yeah.
that's how it
Um,
reads and that's how it plays.
so you going into it as someone who hadn't seen it, did you know? Did you figure it out?
Oh, I mean, no, I kind of only insofar of it wasn't a fair this wasn't a fair evaluation because I've seen Scary Movie,
Fair,
um,
fair.
and it follows just a whole bunch of like Scary Movie follows a whole bunch of plot
Plot points of this?
beats
Yeah, let's make
from
fun of the
this.
plot points from
So
this. But yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
So like they're the final scene or whatever where they're stabbing each other. I'm like, oh, I've seen this, but obviously the joke version was they keep shooting each other
yeah.
and they're slowly dying. Like I've seen the joke version of these scenes.
Um,
So
were you able to piece it together? Like, because the thing about these movies that drives me crazy is like, yeah, the lamp shading of them being like, oh, it's clearly the love interest, and then they find a way to like subvert it so you don't think, and then you find, oh no, yeah, no, it's definitely the love interest. It's always the love interest. Um,
it's usually the love interest,
my I,
which is why I say what's his name? Matthew Lillard was the other guy's love interest
yeah, I could,
because he
yep.
was acting like a love
It
interest.
is absolutely acting like a love interest. And before I wrap this up, I have to shout out my favorite character in that first movie. My favorite was, I think it's my favorite celebrity cameo of this franchise, which is none of the celebrity, because every one of these movies has at least one celebrity cameo of the time. So one famous person who you know is gonna die. Like they all have one. Um, and this one is Henry Winkler. Henry Winkler is in this movie as the principal. He is my favorite character in this movie. He takes things way too far when he just straight up threatens the students for wearing the costumes and pranking Sydney. And he's like, "If I could put you under that school, I would." And you're like, "Whoa, man, this is this is entirely too much." But he has the best death. Like he knows he's gonna die. He knows he's in exactly one half of the movie. He literally dies at the halfway point. His scream when he gets stabbed to death is phenomenal. Like he puts his everything into it. It's so good. It's probably one of my favorite deaths in this franchise. Just really good. Um, Another thing I'd like to point out as well. This is going to become a thing as this movie goes on. You notice that Billy and Stu are roughly the same height.
I hadn't, but now I do.
Thing to keep in mind. That's it. That's Scream 1. Classic. Iconic. I understand why they made a sequel. So this is obviously... Okay, yeah, so this movie, first one, horror movie, just generally. That's what it's making fun of. That's the first Scream movie. Jordan, what's your next one?
So going into this, my goal, I wanted a real mix of slashers. So I wanted to I couldn't do Jason because I did that last year, but like I wanted to get like at least some of the more well-known ones. But I also wanted to throw in some ones that like you might not have heard of.
Right? I
This
got
is
one of
one of
those.
those. Um, this is a movie called In a Violent Nature,
Yeah,
which is
this sounded interesting.
which is and you don't get you know you don't get a lot of these necessarily, but it's a Canadian slasher film.
Ooh,
So
Canadian.
it was filmed in Ontario, and it takes place in Ontario.
Really?
Yeah. Um, so kind of like it's in the Ontario wilderness, but um, so basically this group of teenagers, uh, they accidentally disturb a grave of the killer. They take basically there's a fire tower which has like a locket or whatever which is on it, and they take the locket and it resurrects the killer. And so then the rest of the movie is, and it's kind of one of the more unique ones that I watched this week, where it's mostly from the point of view of the killer.
Yeah, so when you
Um,
say that, like, are we talking first person perspective?
no, like third person, we're watching him from behind as again, I said to you during the week, you have scenes of watching him from behind as he's slowly trudging through the woods. Or like there'll be a point where they're doing something and you're watching him watching them.
Gotcha.
So kind of like like when you play those uh the Jason games or whatever and you're playing as the killer. It's kind of like
Yes.
that, where
Oh.
you're the third person camera who's watching the killer do his thing. So it devolves, and what's kind of neat about it is those scenes where he's like walking through the woods or whatever, for example, um they don't have music, so it usually devolves to like a very quiet moment of him just walking, and that's why I say you can hear him trudging because literally that's mostly what you're hearing.
He's
It's
walking through
just
the
like a
woods.
like as he walks through the woods. Very bizarre. Now, that being said, the kills, some of them in particular, are pretty brutal. Um,
Loving a brutal kill.
I don't think I can go into details on YouTube, but suffice it to say, one of them gets hooked.
Oh. Oh no.
Um, and so you
Would you
find
say
out
that they are a hooker?
by the end of it.
Ha!
Uh, um,
The
so over the
slasher
course of the movie, you
Sunday.
find out that there was a kid who was killed on a fire tower by the firemen or whatever. And then he ends up, I'm not going to give away all the details in case you want to go watch it.
Up to you,
Um,
actually.
but he then, you know, kills all those fire people. And then, yeah, this movie, a lot of death.
He does a big murder, a bunch of
Um,
murder.
and I don't remember if it ends. Yeah, I don't remember if this one ends uh with a open for a sequel, but
But
um,
would you
recommend it
watch a sequel?
on streaming
Fair. That's fair. That's fair.
because those long scenes of like trudging through the wood
Trudge,
and stuff like that
trudge, trudge,
is
trudge,
cool. Like I get what they're going for, but like I did find myself looking at my phone a lot during those moments
trudge.
or playing a video game or have what have you. Um, but no, the fact that it was made in Canada, and so there's the ending credits song is this song where like they're singing. You were there as it was like you were leaving as it was playing, where it's singing about Ontario, which
Oh
is why
yeah,
I had
yeah.
to go, which is why I had to be like, was this because I didn't specifically remember them mentioning that it was in Ontario, but I think it might have been in one of those like text overlays or whatever. But no, very much, yeah, it was filmed and it is supposed to be in Ontario.
All
So that's
right.
cool.
All right.
In a Violent Nature. I think it was on. I think it was on.
Crave.
Um,
Amazon.
I think it was on Crave. Might have been on Amazon.
Tubi.
Could have been this could have been one of the Roku ones I watched.
Oh yeah, Roku, the place, the home of depravity.
There's a surprising amount on Roku.
Of
Uh,
depravity.
you said it, not me.
Surprising about a depravity.
So that's In a Violent Nature.
All right. So Jordan, after the big success of Scream One, a big thing with the Scream franchise is they're written and directed by a particular combo team. I got the name wrong yesterday. I want to get the name right today. But they're directed by Wes Craven, who directed the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. So there's a lot of really funny. Kevin Williamson, he wrote the Scream movies, as well as Wes Craven directed them. So in the first one, there's a lot of really funny background references to Freddy Krueger. Sydney lives on Elm Street. There's a janitor wearing the exact kind of striped sweater that Freddy Krueger wears, called Fred. There's a point where in the first one where Henry Winkler opens the door and yells, "Hey, you kids, knock that out!" And Fred looks up, and is like, "What?" He's got the same hat as Freddy Krueger. It's really funny. So they came back. The first one was crazy popular, crazy successful movie. So they were like, "Well, what do you do when a movie is successful, Jordan? You
Market it and make a whole bunch more.
That's right. You make a sequel." And so, just
That's
as
what
the
I said.
first
Make a whole
movie
bunch more.
is about horror movies, this is about the sequel. And so the sequel now has its own set of rules. I don't know if you remember the first one. Remember how Randy had his rules for surviving a horror movie?
Yeah, I do.
Now there are different rules. Everything's bigger. The stakes are higher, and anyone can die. And so Randy gets killed. He gets killed by the killers, and it becomes about the killer in this one. Motivations is less personal. Now it becomes about making a point, because in the time between the last one and this one, they have made a movie based on the events of the first movie of Scream. So in universe,
that sounds incredibly in poor taste, but also very believable.
well, that's what's funny. I remember the first time I watched this, the second one, it was pre-true crime. And at the time, I remember being like, this feels like if this existed, this would be in real poor taste. And then I've now since seen Thirst Traps of Jeffrey Dahmer. So I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, definitely this is a thing that would happen in the real world. But so,
Yep.
yeah, so in the universe, there's now a movie franchise.
And to be clear, it is in poor taste.
It is in very poor taste. But like I couldn't think of the entire week I was trying to think of a comparable example of something that was similar. But it's like, so in universe, the Stab movies are based on the events of the first movie, which in the first movie are real things that happen. Does that make sense?
Right.
So now in the movie, there is a Sydney. Sydney is played by a famous actress, and Dewey is played by David Schwimmer.
Like from Friends?
From Friends, David Schwimmer. And
so I see Monica got him a job. Monica got her brother a job.
Well, no, he doesn't ever actually show up in the movie. It's a name drop. But what's funny about that is, so David Schwimmer plays Dewey, who is her love interest in those movies, and she is married to, in real life, she was married to the guy who plays Dewey.
That's funny.
So that's why in Friends she randomly goes from being Courtney Cox for a while to being Courtney Cox Arquette, because she hyphened for a while.
I didn't.
So her on-television brother in the fictional universe of this movie plays her husband. But I don't know if Courtney Cox also exists in this universe, and she just happens to look like Gale Weathers, who is a famous... So by this point, she's now famous. I don't know if she has the talk show yet, but she wrote a book based on the events of the last movie, and that became Stab. So Stab is based on the book that she wrote, and her and Dewey are broke. And between every movie, her and Dewey break up. Literally every movie. There's only one movie where her and Dewey didn't break up in the between of them. We'll get to which one that is. But otherwise, they've broken up. They hate each other, and they fall in love over the course of the movie. It happens in every movie. And so the movie's cold open in this one is it's a couple who are going to watch Stab. Like they're in the theaters watching Stab, and everyone's like being like, ah! And they're throwing their popcorn, getting scared, and it's like I've watched a bunch of slasher movies in theaters. I've never seen anyone react to a slasher film like that, but whatever. And so there's times where they show scenes from Stab on screen where like beat for beat, line for line, they're just doing scenes from the original movie but with different actors completely recreated. And it's a little bit like, how did you know about the parts you weren't there for? Because it's literally exactly what they said, and in that moment you're like, how did she know that? And so the killer starts killing people based on names of people who died in the movie in the order by which they died in the movie. And you find out who it is, and the motivation is the one person is connected to a person from the past, so it's revenge. And the other person, the bit is they want to, like, no, I want to get caught. I want to get caught. I'm gonna get caught, and it's all about. It's no longer about the crime itself, but it's about the trial afterwards. So I want to go on and become famous in the media for having committed this horrific tragedy, and I want to do all the media, and I want to claim, because at the beginning this character,
yeah, pretty standard sociopath stuff.
Yeah, at the beginning of the movie, there's a question of, they talk about sequels because it's a sequel, and then the one guy says there's no such thing as a good sequel. There's no good sequel, and it made me go, I can't think of a one that I would be like, or no, I think it was there's no sequel that's better than the original. I think is what he said.
Dark Knight.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's better than the original. That's what but
it is.
Yeah, he wants
that's a whole other debate for a whole other video though.
This is so in this one the whole bit is like this was during that period of time where they tried to claim like media causes violence. So he wants to be like, "Oh, the movies made me do it. The movies made me do it." And that's his whole motivation behind it. And yeah, it's all right. They're now in college, so the kills are a bit more varied, but it's not exceptionally brutal. I don't think I think it's an all right sequel. It's not as good as the first one. The killer, one of the, again, I won't spoil it. Do you care if I spoil it? No, you want to watch these movies organically. But one of the characters kind of she's there the whole time, or they're there the whole time. But it kind of one of those like, oh, this is kind of a lame twist. What the relation is, you're like, oh, okay, this kind of is flying out of left field. It's not as bad as later movies, but you're still like, all right, yeah. It's just as killers, they're not exceptionally interesting. And Randy dies, and I like Randy. That's it. That's Scream 2. John, are you interested in watching Scream 2 now?
After yesterday? Yes.
All right. All right. What's your next one?
My next one is a movie called Haunt. Have you heard of Haunt?
I have not.
Came out in 2019. And basically, you know those pop-up haunted houses that people go to that are like really scary?
Yes.
This is basically what if you went to one of those and the people in that haunted house tried to kill you.
Yeah, I don't like haunted houses. I don't like it when things jump out at me. I just don't like it.
And so in this one,
So this sounds like a legit scare fest.
The main characters, Harper Bailey, are going to a party. They go to the party. They end up making new friends, or they attend their party with their friends, and then they meet two new friends, and then they end up going to a haunted house attraction where they meet a guy in a creepy clown costume who makes them sign a liability waiver. And for me, as soon as you have to sign a liability waiver to go into a haunted house, I'm like, nope, not
Hell
doing
no.
that.
Not
They
doing
can touch
that.
me at that point. If I'm signing a liability waiver, they can do whatever they want. Nope.
Sign the paper. I can touch you.
And so then, do you care if I throw out some spoilers?
No.
Um, Over the course of the movie, you end up finding out as they're slowly being picked off one by one. You end up finding out that the people that are running this haunted house, um, they come together. They come together every year, basically. Hold on, I'll actually. They take off their masks and stuff, and you see that they have modified faces. Um, and So each of them is wearing a different mask, and when they take off their mask, their face is modified to look like their mask.
Oh, they take off their mask and then there's another additional mask.
I mean, they look horrifying underneath, that's for sure. But basically, the one guy who they like has been talking to them, vampire.
Vampire.
He explains that yeah the haunted house is called the Haunt. But he explains that they're all part of a extreme body modification group that creates annual haunted house attractions to lure and kill people. And he doesn't get to change, like, he doesn't get his true face or to change his face until he's done his first kill. Um, and yeah, no, so they, of course, the survivors, of which I think there's like one or two, escape the haunted house, and you know, um, the group, the survivors realize that, uh, they signed liability waivers, which has their address and stuff like that. So they prepare for the one bad guy clown to arrive at Harper's house, and then he gets stuck in a trap by Harper, and Harper emerges with a shotgun and shoots him.
All right. Was Harper a good guy?
Harper was the yeah, she was the main girl.
Gotcha. 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 Gotcha.
She's our this movie's hero
I
girl.
just feel like no liability waiver makes it okay for someone to do a murder.
Oh, no, Justin. The liability waivers are a moot point. Anyone who goes in that haunted house is going to die no matter what, and will never be seen again.
Then
The
why waste your time
liability
with the paperwork of the
the
liability waiver then?
liability waiver is in case they escape, and like at the end of this movie, they escaped. They now have your address, so they can come and finish the job.
Oh. What if you went to the police?
They disappear into the night, never to be seen again. You didn't see their real face. They had masks on. If it goes like normal, like I assume it does every other year, in this year, their masks came off and they were horrifying and were very easily identifiable because of their modified faces.
That
But
makes sense.
it's a horror movie, Justin. Shut up. You're not supposed to think about it. Just go with it.
Just go
It's
with
a
it.
romp,
It's a
okay?
romp.
It's a horror movie slasher film romp.
Absolute romp. Just a
But
romp.
it did leave me in that position of, and I sort of came to this realization when it comes to slasher films. Um, when they're not supernatural and they're a man, kick them in the nuts.
Just kick him in the nards.
Just kick them in the nards. They're gonna go down long enough that you can probably get away.
Square. Certainly, they're gonna go down long enough that you can shoot them in the head
I mean, if you have a gun, but
or
if you don't have
stab them.
or just run away.
I mean, you could do that, but I'm just saying, stabbing or shooting is a much more permanent solution.
But that's haunt.
Um,
Haunt.
that I will say, to get into Scream 3, that is a thing that I encountered in Scream, where like, yeah, you're right. For me, there's a line. It's why Jason's my favorite, because once Jason becomes supernatural, the fact that you can't just kill him stops mattering. It's the same thing with Freddy. You never question why don't they just shoot Freddy in the head, because you can't. And so it removes that problem. So much
Yeah.
of these movies, you're just like, just stab them in the side, or like you could physically overpower them and then stab them or shoot them or throw them down. Like there like in the second, I think it's the second one. There's Yes, it is the second one. There's a point where they have to get out of the back of a cop car, and Ghostface gets knocked unconscious, and they're trying to like sneak past him because he's knocked unconscious. Like that like just yeah, you can physically overpower him. That my suspension of disbelief starts to become challenged at that point. So, Scream 3. Scream 3 is probably the worst one. It's hard. It's kind of hard. I don't like the sixth one, but I know there's people who like the sixth one out there. I don't, but I could definitely see this being the worst one. So Jordan's already kind of heard why it's the worst one, but I'll go into a bit more detail here for his benefit and for the audience's benefit. Um, so Scream 3 is about the making of Scream, of Stab 3. So Stab 2 has come out in universe, and they're now making Stab 3. And whilst making Stab 3, several of the cast members of Stab 3 are getting killed, and they're being stalked. The beginning of the movie opens, Cotton. Remember Cotton?
Cotton.
The guy who they thought killed Sydney's mom?
Oh, yeah,
So I
yeah.
forgot to mention, part of the plot of the second one is he's keeps harassing Sydney. Well, not harassing, but he's trying to get Sydney to do press with him, basically. Yeah, that's this one, right? Yeah. He's trying to get Sydney to do press with him because he's like, this is our story. We should monetize this, and she doesn't want to do it. She just wants to move on. But he's like, you owe me this because you accused me of killing your mom, and I sat in jail for like 2 years. So you owe me. And so he saves her at the end of the movie, and he's got the killer at gunpoint or whatever. And she's like, yeah, I'll do the interview. So the cold open of the third one. Yeah, the cold open of the third one is he's driving a car and he's negotiating his role in Stab 3. And he's now the host of a hit television show. And the Sydney has gone into hiding. So she's in hiding. And the ghost face is looking for her. And manages to get her to come back. And yeah, so Gail goes to the set of this movie Stab 3, which is being made, and it's got this completely different plot. It's the first time it's not based on anything. That's the thing. It's not being based on one of Gail's books, and Gail has not been contacted. So she shows up because Cotton has been murdered, and she finds Dewey. And an interesting detail about Dewey going forward from the first one is at the end of the first one he gets stabbed in the neck, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
And so he in the second movie now has a limp. He walks around with a limp, and Randy's like, "Why do you walk around with a limp?" And he's like, "Because I got stabbed in the neck. It severed a nerve." And so from that point on, in the rest of the movies, he has a limp.
Oh, that's a nice touch.
I know, like, oh, that's a nice character detail. But he's a consultant on the movie because somebody contacted the police anonymously looking to find out where Sydney was and tried to break in and steal her records. And so they think it's someone on the movie. So he's there as a consultant, and he's become close with the woman who is playing Gail, who is a character. So there is the woman who's playing fictional Gail in the movie, and another one of the characters is the actress playing fictional Sidney Prescott. And the resolution of this is that the killer ends up being... This one I have to spoil in order to... I have to spoil this one, I'm sorry. But the killer ends up being the director of the movie. And it's the only time there's ever one Ghostface, which is a problem for me. I'll explain why that is. But... turns out that Sydney's mom, for a very brief period of time when she was in her youth, went to Hollywood and tried to become an actress. And she worked for the for this producer, famous producer who happens to be the one producing the Stab movies. He's produced all the Stab movies, and he is predatory and takes advantage of young women. You want to make it in Hollywood, don't you? Type of stuff.
Got it.
And he invited Sydney's mom to a party where she was assaulted, basically, by a bunch of guys. And she had a child who is the half brother of Sydney, who she rejected. And he showed up at the before Scream 1 and was like, "You're my mom, I love you." And she's like, "I don't want anything to do with you because you're a sexual assault baby." And he got mad, and he's the one who convinced Billy Loomis and Stu Macher to kill Sydney's mom. He's the one who gave them the idea, and he's the one who gave them all the advice on how to do it and told them to frame a person, and so basically completely retcons the entire first movie by being like, "Oh no, he was the reason why Billy did all the killing. He orchestrated the whole thing." And
he's the real villain.
The twist is so bad that later Scream movies just kind of skip over the fact that he's her brother. Like, they mention him, but they skip over the fact that he orchestrated the whole reason why the Stab movies even exist is because this guy facilitated the events that caused Sydney's mom to be murdered. Dude, does that
sounds dumb,
right? It's really stupid. And the whole thing with this one is this is making fun of trilogies. So they're like, now we're at the end point of your trilogy. So the movie this time is the third in a trilogy. And Randy's sister shows up randomly with a tape of Randy being like, "Here are the new rules for the third movie." And it's the killer is now superhuman. Until the mask comes off, he can get shot, he can get stabbed, he can get shocked. He will always come back. It always goes back to the past, and Sydney can die this time. And the other gimmick this time is the voice changer now can do anyone's voice for some reason. The technology now exists where anytime the killer calls, it not only sounds like Ghostface, but it can sound like anybody. So like there's times where like he's like, "You called me and told me to be here," and he's like, "No, I didn't." Or this person called to tell this person to be there, like, "No, I didn't." Or he's doing the Ghostface call, and the voice is different. At one point, he's doing the Ghostface call, and the Ghostface is Sydney's mom, somehow.
Okay, that seems convenient,
right? Yeah. And the big thing with this one, and there's a lot of shit where you're like, clearly the person who wrote this isn't familiar with Scream. Because the again, I already mentioned it, but the biggest sin this movie commits is there's only one Ghostface. There's always two Ghostfaces. There's always two Ghostfaces.
Because it explains how they can be in more
than one
places.
place at once. Yes, exactly. Right? And so there's points in this movie where Ghostface is in multiple places at once, but there's only one Ghostface. There's only one, and apparently,
and yet he's still supposed to just be a guy.
Right. He's just supposed to be. It makes it not make sense. It's written by the guy who, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, that makes sense." It was taken over and written by the guy who wrote Michael Bay Transformers movies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
That's why it's bad.
That's why it's bad. Yeah. But I'm gonna give it credit because,
from what I understand, you're the only one who will.
You will, because in retrospect, there is some interesting stuff. Like the big plot point of the predatory movie producer. This movie was produced by Harvey Weinstein. That Harvey Weinstein. You know who Harvey Weinstein is.
No, yes, I do. I'm just pausing for effect.
The dramatic effect. That Harvey Weinstein. No, yeah, it was produced by him. The original, the guy who created Scream was originally on this, and for reasons I couldn't quite figure out why, I couldn't find the reason why, but he was fired. He was let go from this movie, like midway. Like most of it was already written, and Aaron Kruger came in and took over, and then the movie became about a predatory movie producer. Which it was kind of like allegedly an open secret in Hollywood. Everyone kind of knew there was something up with Harvey. And so just the fact that Harvey Weinstein let this movie be created, which was effectively calling him out, This movie is calling. He came in and wrote the script, which called out his own boss. Is admirable in my opinion. It's admirable. Like, yeah, don't get me
Ballsy.
wrong. It's ballsy. Yeah, it feels ballsy. It feels like it's taking a chance. It's trying to make a statement that people missed until I don't think enough people appreciate it. Again, it's probably the worst one in terms of its plot. It has some truly stupid plot points. Apparently, at one point, it was going to be Stu Macher was going to be like manipulating the killers from prison, and it was going to turn out that he was alive. One version of it I read was all of the killers, or it was going to turn out that Ghostface was like basically a film club which was trying to replicate the original murders, and at the end of the movie, it was going to all of the dead people who had been killed were going to come out, and it was going to turn out they weren't actually killed. They were all Ghostface the whole time.
So, if you could have it any way, what would you have done?
Honestly, not with what they're making fun. For me, I wouldn't change a thing because because it's
Ooh,
dumb.
bold statement.
It's dumb, but it's making fun of the thing because the whole thing is the
I
Scream movies are
yeah,
satire. So this is making fun of stupid third movies which have dumb twists. Like that's what
so
it's making fun of. I don't know if it's intentional, but it works for me because that's
having not seen it and knowing very little about it, I would make one change, and that is that I would have had it where there was two ghost faces and one of them was Stu, and we found out he survived.
that yes, I'm with that. I do like the idea of bringing Stu back. I don't remember. There's a reason why they changed it and they didn't end up having him come back. But I would have been down for that. Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess maybe that's the only thing I would change is I would add a second Ghostface. I don't know who it would be. Actually, that's not true. I would probably because there's a moment where they read like they find the girl who plays Sydney, and she has the knife. She's stealing shit from the from the set, and there's a theme of like women sleeping with men to get ahead in that movie. So at one point they run into Carrie Fisher, uh, or as a
Like
woman.
like the actual actress, or
Or so
she's playing
she's playing
someone.
a character. They say, "Wow, you look just like Carrie Fisher," and she's like, "Yeah, I know. I've been told that my whole life. You know, the only reason why I didn't get Star Wars is because the actress who did fuck George Lucas." Um, and then later on, at the end of the movie, the girl who's playing Sydney, who's like this young up and comer, this is her breakout role. This is gonna make her famous in Hollywood, and the movie's falling apart around her, and she's about to be killed by Ghostface, and she's like, "Fuck this! I didn't fuck." I'm gonna call him Harvey. I didn't fuck Harvey to have this happen to me. This is bullshit. I think she should have been Ghostface, but that's pre fourth one because I think the idea of Sydney being Ghostface is interesting. Put a pin in that. That's Scream 3. Again, I think it's an admirable movie, but it's probably the worst one. I don't know. Let the audience tell me
Interesting.
if they think if it's the worst one.
Interesting. So, unless you have any final thoughts,
I do not.
my next one is called Hellfest. Um, I actually think you'd enjoy this one. Uh, basically, so there's a traveling horror theme park which is called Hellfest, and it kind of opens with there's the killer, which I guess he's known as the Other, which I don't remember them saying that, but that's what Wikipedia is calling him, so that's what I'm going to refer to him
Good
as.
enough for me.
Um, but you see the Other killing a woman and hanging her corpse in the maze, so it blends in with the other props. And so the idea is basically that he's a serial killer who is using this. Like, have you ever been for the audience? If you've ever been to like I guess at Universal Studios, they have like their horror night,
Yeah, yeah. I've never
or
been,
like
but although
there's one in Vancouver at the Playland, which is
yeah, I
like a
hear
variation.
it's actually kind of good now because they actually have it's got one of my all time favorite characters, Bobbins the Clown, has one of those
At
at
Universal. Yeah,
Universal.
yeah.
Yeah, But we have our own now, which apparently is not bad. We have our own where they have actual scare actors walking around and whatnot. That's apparently quite
Interesting.
good.
This movie has kind of made me never want to go to one of those things. So, uh, but yeah, so there's basically it's a serial killer called the Other, who is using the mask of this horror filled place to do his killings. And so our group of young people, young adolescents, as it were, I think they're supposed to be young college people. But anyways, uh, the one of them is like back in town or something, and there's some arbitrary reason for why they're bonding and going to this horror filmed thing. It doesn't really matter, never really matters.
Never matters.
Um, Point is they end up at this theme park, where right from the beginning the other starts stalking them. And so over the course of the thing, one they die. Some of them die.
They die.
Um, a few of them here or there die. And
They
then
all
there's
died.
there's a point where like
Those guys died.
the two of them go to the security and they're like, there's a guy who's been like stalking us and our friends have been missing. Like we haven't seen them in like an hour. And he's like, you're gonna have to be more specific than that, lady.
He's like,
Like
bro, I make
there's
minimum wage. I'm not qualified to deal with this.
there's dozens of scary looking people here. That's their job, and like it's kind of the perfect cover for a killer because yeah, all of the people there are being paid to scare the shit out of people. Um, and so uh spoiler alert, I guess. Well, unless do you think you're ever gonna watch this?
Nah, well, maybe, but that's fine.
Um, but spoiler alert, kind of. The other survives.
Oh snap!
Um, So basically the way that it ends is the um
So wait, so is the other like a ghost thing, or is it like an actual
no,
person?
he's just a guy.
This is the crazy guy.
He's just a crazy a mass murderer
See,
who
like legit,
uses
like that is scary. Like they
like
say that in Scream One, where he's like, it's always scarier when they don't have a motive and it's just some psycho.
he's just a
It's
psycho
just
at
a
this
psycho at a
who's using the cover of this traveling like amusement park
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
Um
That's why Art the Clown
but
is scary because he's just a
well
guy.
especially because and this is the way that it ends is the other escapes and basically the way that it ends is the other drives to his suburban home and he places his mask and there's a point in the movie where the main girl and the dude Gavin that she's with take
Gavin.
pictures in like a photo booth and the other had stolen their pictures. And so he has his mask, which he puts on his shelf, and their pictures, which he keeps as a trophy of his murders for the night. Um,
Jeez.
and the way that it ends is his young daughter wakes up and greets her father, and he's like, "Oh, did you get me anything?" Basically, or like, "I love you." Like she's like, her dad has come home, and he gives her a stuffed animal from the park, and that's how it ends.
Wait, so sorry, say. So he takes off his mask and he's just like a regular guy.
He's just a regular guy. He's just a
Ooh,
dad.
that's upsetting.
And like he puts his mask on the shelf and he puts the picture on the shelf and the shelf has a bunch of because the point is at the beginning of the movie was like the last year when he murdered
Right.
someone, so like he does this every year.
So he's just from like just looks like he's just a guy who has just like these pictures of like what looks like his family and these are all or like friends or
He's got
whatever.
different masks and stuff. He's got different things, I guess, from the different years. So like I'm this came out when did this come out? 2018 or something?
2018.
2018. I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been a sequel.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting because 2018, those kinds of scare fests, they didn't really get popular. The internet really made shit like that popular, where you got
TikTok.
TikTok, where you get videos of. I mean, we mentioned Bobbins the Clown, but like, yeah, you get videos of those characters online that makes people want to go to that. Like those
Yeah,
weren't really popular
absolutely.
prior to. I don't. I mean, maybe they were, but like I remember, I went to Fright Nights and like yeah, they had the the haunted mansions, but they didn't really have people walking around a ton, and they didn't really. I mean, they did, but it's not like it is now. People really want that
So
interaction now.
this doesn't really have any names in it that I recognize, but I gotta give props to the guy who plays the other, Stephen Conroy, because man, he's creepy as fuck.
So creepy. Okay, scale.
Um,
I finally. It's funny. We're about midway through the episode, Jordan, and I finally realized the scale we're gonna use on violence. It's at 1 to Art the Clown. Is it an Art the Clown?
no, I I'd put it at like a 7.
Do any of these hit an Art the Clown?
In terms of
Some of mine do.
like gnarliness, um, the closest, oh, I'm disappearing again. The closest that I can kind of think of is the one that I talked about earlier, where the Canadian one.
Yeah,
The hook scene in that is pretty fucking brutal.
it's pretty Art the
Uh,
Clown.
it's to the point where like I'm almost tempted to see if afterwards I can just find it on YouTube to show it that
No, because
specific
I
scene.
actually want to watch that movie. I'm gonna find a.
Okay,
I'm gonna.
okay.
Yeah, no, actually, legit. The minute you're like, it's from the killer's perspective, I'm like, hoo, that sounds interesting.
Mostly from the killers. There are obviously you can't entirely have the movie from that perspective, but
I am
um,
intrigued.
so interesting. It says in the development that the guy who directed this film, he did have the hopes of spawning a yearly franchise akin to Paranormal Activity and Saw.
I
So
mean,
it was made with that in mind.
yeah. Sometimes you get lucky and you strike a character. Your character needs to really be good if you're gonna do that. Like sometimes you hit gold, sometimes you don't.
So
Like
yeah,
Art the Clown got very lucky.
maybe next year when we do another Halloween thing, you'll watch this one.
That does sound interesting. I mean, yeah,
It
I'm
was
kind.
good,
I
honestly. Of the ones that I watched, I enjoyed this one.
I do think we need like as much as like yeah those movies are over the top. I think for modern horror we need where like we can't Jason and Freddy can't go on forever, man. We need modern horror icons, and I think
that's why I enjoyed this one is because it was like it was different,
but
and that
also
was kind of a thing that I enjoyed from this week in general is like yeah, as much as I love the Freddy and I love the Jason and I love the classics, even the Michael Myers, like I didn't. This was my first time watching one of his, and it's like, he's also a classic, I would say at this point.
yeah, yeah,
But like being able to watch ones like this, where it's like this this doesn't scare me, but like I don't want to go to one of those
yeah. The idea of it freaks me
carnivals
out. Yeah,
because
yeah.
this feels the most realistic.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, it does. Yeah, yeah.
It
That's
still is like over the top and it's silly and it's zany at times, but like
yeah. It's like
of the
it's like he says,
things,
a guy who doesn't have a motive, who just wants to kill people, is that's fucking scary. More scary than
yeah.
anything.
Especially
Um,
because and this is where this movie is kind of brilliant because it definitely makes use of the fact of like yeah at these kind of things, these fright nights or whatever you want to call them, they're designed where you don't know what's real and what's not.
yeah,
So
exactly.
the idea that a person would, for example, like in the beginning of the movie, hang a chick from a tree and you wouldn't, it could be real, it could be fake. You don't know what these things.
Right?
They're
Exactly.
designed to be believable.
Exactly. Exactly. So, join us at it.
Hellfest.
Hellfest.
Solid.
Trucking right along through the Scream movies, Jordan. The one thing I appreciate about the Scream movies is they never really hit that point as compared to like Friday the 13th, as previously mentioned, or Nightmare on Elm Street. They never hit that point where they're coming out like every other year and there's a bunch of them and they start to sag in the middle. So the thing about Scream 3, the important thing about Scream 3 is it was supposed to be the last one. Like that was supposed to wrap up the trilogy. There was never meant to
Interesting.
be any more. Like that was definitively the last one. So they didn't bring it back for so Scream 3 came out in the year 2000. In the year 2000. Came out in the year 2000. Scream 4 came out in 2011, so 11 years later. And the big thing with this one is it is making fun of reboots. So this is, you're dusting off the franchise, you're rebooting it, but this one still like remains true to the original. So it still brings back Sydney, still brings back Gale, it still brings back Dewey. All the legacy characters are still there, but now there's new characters. So Hayden Panettiere is there as like the best friend. Emma Roberts is there as Sydney's cousin. Rory Culkin is there as like he's a movie. There's like a movie club in their class, and he's the head of that. And the whole thing is now because it's 2011, the internet now exists. The internet and social media, and more importantly, cell phones. And so the beginning of the movie is this weird. Hold on, I'm gonna fuck up the description of this, so I'm actually gonna pull up the.
But the important question is Dewey there just so he can Dewey it?
Yes, he absolutely is doing it. This is the only one where they're not broken up in the middle. Every other Scream movie, Gale and Dewey are broken up in between them. This is the only one where they're still married. He is now sheriff, and she is trying to live in a small town and is struggling. He's got a deputy who is hot, who is constantly flirting with him. But yeah, the opening of this one, or is that the next one? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is the one where it's the. There's basically. Yeah, I think this is the one because I said there should have been. This one opens with the cold open is girls watching. They're settling down to watch a horror movie, and she's like, "We should watch my favorite scary movie, which is Saw 3 or whatever, one of the Saw movies." And she's like, "Saw isn't scary; it's just gory." And then it does the whole opening thing with the person on the phone, and the person gets killed, and it turns out that it's somebody watching Stab 5. And then it does the whole thing over again, and this time it's Kristen Bell and Anna Paquin, and they're making commentary about horror movies and how they're not really surprising anymore. And then Kristen Bell stabs Anna Paquin in the stomach and is like, "Did you see that coming?" And then it pulls back again. Yeah, the cold open for Scream 4 is actually a series of 3 fake out openings where a group of young women watches a horror movie within a movie within a movie. The setup begins with the characters on screen are attacked, and it's revealed that this is actually the opening for the movie Stab 7 or Stab 6. The scene shifts to 2 young women, Jenny and Marnie, who are at home watching the movie Stab 6. They get a call from Ghostface, and the film cuts to a different pair of young women who are faked out. And then, yeah, it shifts out to a third fake out, where you find out that this is actually the actual cold open for Scream 4. And that is my one criticism of Scream 4. I think Scream 4 is probably the best Scream movie. Certainly it's my favorite one, other than the first. It's hard not to say the first one's the first one because it's the first one. You know what I mean? Like when you're talking.
The first one is the first one. I mean, right?
The first one is the best one. It's hard not to say that because if not for the first one, there is no other ones. You know.
This is true.
But it's just the best plotted, and also it's 2011, so it's way more graphically violent. Like, I think one of the kills, a guy takes a knife through the hand, and you see the knife go through the hand. Like, it's pretty gnarly.
But brutal.
But the whole motivation between for the killers in this one is it's about rebooting the franchise. So so now in the reboot, the Sydney is now the cousin, and so all the cousin's friends are the ones getting killed and the ones getting taken down. And now, because it's 2011, you post it on the internet and it becomes a real movie. And they're doing a stab because they know it will be made into a movie. That's why they're doing it. Because in universe, there hasn't been any real life stab killings. So as the stab movies went on, now Stab 7 in universe has come out, they got silly and ridiculous. So in that universe, they became Friday the 13th. They became a Nightmare on Elm Street, where they became just another like silly franchise. I think at one point they're saying the seventh one involves time travel. Like it got really silly, and so they want to reboot the franchise. So my main criticism is they shouldn't have made Stab 5, 6, and 7. In that it would have been better if you're doing commentary on a reboot about bringing a franchise back. It's weird that in that universe that universe is still ongoing. So they're not making a reboot of Stab in the movie. So how they should have done it, in my opinion, is they should have not made Stab 5, 6, and 7, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and just had it where the last Stab movie to come out is 3, and they want them to make a new one, and they do these kills to inspire a new Stab movie. Because they're like, they haven't made a Stab movie since Stab 3, and Stab 3 wasn't any good because they had to change it because the director killed all those people. It just comes across that they want to pretend that Stab 3 didn't exist, because this one is the last one to be written by the original guy and directed by Wes Craven. So it just seems like they want to ignore Scream 3. But yeah, they should have had it where Stab 3 was the last one, and the killers want to create a new like Stab situation, so they'll make a new one, and they want to be part of the reboot. Does that make sense? Did I explain that well?
I just heard the word stab a lot and my eyes kind of glazed over a little
Um,
bit. So okay, let me see if I got this. They're doing a reboot in reality, but in the movie they're not, and you think they should be.
yes. So in the real world, they didn't make Scream 5. Well, they have since, but at the time,
At the time they hadn't.
yeah. So in the universe of Scream, the Stab movies, which the first 3 are based off of Scream 1, 2, and 3, or
Yeah.
yeah, the real events of those movies are based off of that. So in the universe, they just kept making Stab movies.
You're right. Yeah, because it
Yeah.
just became a classic horror film
Yeah, and so people
franchise.
are really obsessed with those movies. Like they dress up as Ghostface, whatever. And
I think them making 5, 6, and 7 works in that universe, but they are, or at least 5 and 6, but like they should have in the fifth movie, if the point of that movie is that it's about the reboot, in universe it needs to have been like 5, 10 years since the
yeah,
last one
since the
came
last one
out.
came out, exactly, right? So the fact that they're like in universe, it's a relevant franchise. Like in the real world, it had been 11 years since they had made one, but in that universe, so when the characters are trying to make a reboot, it wouldn't be a reboot because it had been too recently since the last one for it to be a reboot.
It would still be a reboot, it just wouldn't mean as much.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the same commentary that they're trying to make here. But otherwise, again, I have to give away the twist because the twist is really good, and it's worth talking about. So, sorry, Jordan, you'll forget all about this by the time you watch this anyway.
Probably.
Um, but the big twist is that they're the two ghost faces in this one. Number one, there's always two ghost faces, and in this one, it's
As
Rory,
previously
yeah,
discussed.
Rory Culkin and Sydney's cousin, and they want to set her up as being the new Sydney because she is pissed off that she's had to live in the shadow of Sydney her whole life. That it's always been about Sydney, about her cousin. So she wants to be Sydney basically, and so she kills all of her friends. And she gets to the end, and she's like, "Yeah, the only difference between yours and this is Randy and Sydney get together." And then Sydney's like, "You're an idiot." And he's like, "What?" And then she turns around and she kills Roy Culkin, and she's like, "I'm sorry, babe. Randy dies in the end." And so she kills him, and she's just cold. She tries to kill Sydney, and she tries to kill Gail Weathers, and she's just cold. Like she is, like it gets to the point where she has Dewey and Gail Weathers convinced, like they're totally convinced, and it gets to the final location. They're like, the final location is the house. It always has to be the party. Like that's how this ends. And Sydney survives. It looks like Sydney's gonna survive, and they're Gail and him are talking or whatever, And she's like, yeah, we're gonna have matching stab wounds. And it's not until then that they're like, oh no, how did she know that? Oh shit! And like they run to save Sydney or whatever. And there's a really funny fight. That's where I'm like, this is the point where, I guess okay. When you start to introduce girl ghost faces, I want to do this as non-sexistly as I possibly can, but like, it stops being believable that you can't tell who it is.
Whoa, that's incredibly sexist, and the
Like,
internet's coming for you.
like one and
Grab your pitchforks,
my
grab your torches.
one of the my theory is in Scream 2. I don't think Ghostface is, because one of the ghost faces is a woman, and I don't think she's ever Ghostface in that movie. I think it's always the other guy. Like, I don't think she's ever actually Ghostface. But like in this movie, you see she's Ghostface. Like, there's a point where she takes off of the Ghostface mask, and I'm just like, then there's a point where there's the discussion of it's always in your group of friends. It's always one of the people in your group of friends, and they do the bit where like, you could be the killer, you could be the killer, you could be the killer, and it gets annoying at that point because none of them go, like in all of these movies they're like, one of you could be the killer, and no one ever goes, there's always more than one ghost face. There's always more than one ghost face. So like in this movie they're not like, there's always more than one, right? But it's Emma Roberts, and she's like in some instances a full foot shorter than some of the people she's killing. Like, so you're just like, okay, well, if Ghostface is one of us and it's roughly your height and shape, I think you might be one of the suspects. I'm just putting it out there.
No, Justin, if you're there long enough to make those kind of description and looking and stuff, then you're dead.
Or like there's points where Ghostface is trying to physically overpower them, and it's just like, I feel like he could probably physically. He's like double her size. Like, there's a really funny fight sequence between what's her face, Sydney, and the girl at the end when she goes to finish the job at the hospital. There's a point where her and Sydney are fighting, and the actress who plays Sydney is like twice as tall as her and twice her size, and is basically like throwing her around. And the only reason why she starts to get the upper hand is because Emma Roberts like pushes into her stab wound, and she's like, ah! But otherwise, she's very capable of physically overpowering her. She is I love Stu and Billy. Don't get me wrong; they're always gonna probably be my favorite ghost faces. But she's definitely my second favorite ghost face. Like, certainly it's my favorite. Like, the least interesting part of these movies is where you find out, is when they stop being Ghostface. When you find out who the killer is and they're no longer Ghostface and they're just a regular person running around with a knife, and like the switch flips and they're now crazy and they're explaining their motivations. Like, that usually is the least interesting part for me. But she is truly like one of the best Ghostfaces. She is unhinged. She is crazy. Like, she is evil and awful, and it's such a good performance. Like, the big reveal is great. Like, I couldn't figure out. I knew there was two ghost faces, and I knew she was one of them, but I could not figure out who the second one was for most of it, because I was like, I don't remember who. It wasn't until the end when it became obvious, where I was like, oh, it's clearly this guy. But like, I couldn't figure out who actual ghost, like who the other Ghostface was, and that's a credit to this movie. And yeah, this is the point where they start to get really gory. The other ones I wouldn't say are really gory. This one is pretty gory. But yeah, it's probably my second favorite. Honestly, it teeters. It's hard. It's hard for me not to say it's my favorite. I think it's the best. I genuinely think it's probably the best Scream movie.
Ooh.
Maybe. I think the first one maybe needs to go in its own bubble. Because, like, without the first one, you don't have the other one. So it's not fair to... But, like, yeah, I just think it's probably the best Scream movie. Certainly it's better than the next two. The next
maybe what you should say is it's the best Scream sequel.
It's definitely I think it's definitely the best Scream sequel. Hands down. No dispute. Like, I think it's the best sequel. For sure.
Because if you do it that way, sure. Like, if you were like, this is the best Nightmare on Elm Street sequel, for example, then you remove the first one from the equation.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a valid point. I definitely think it's the best sequel of all of them. Like, I just don't think we're going to get to the last two. They're coming. I don't think they're very good. That's it. That's Scream 4. trucking, moving right along.
On to my last rapid fire, which, funny enough, we're doing this in backwards order because we're going to talk about A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, which
I like this movie. It was
uh,
really fun.
I, there's elements of it I like.
It's a late game Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
There's elements of it where I'm like, okay, so let me talk through the plan here. So the plan is
Yep.
she's pregnant
Yes.
and Freddy is somehow alive again, even though in every one of these he gets defeated.
Absolutely.
But he's somehow back again.
Yes.
And he's gonna possess her
In
baby
order to come back to life, yes.
in order to be born again.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
And then so let's say that this plan worked.
Okay.
And he's a baby.
He does end up becoming born again at the end of it. He just comes out of her completely alive and just regular Freddy Krueger.
Okay. Does he? I don't remember that.
Yeah, pretty sure that's how this ends.
Hold on.
He like possesses the baby and then he comes out of her and bursts out of her and it's just Freddy Krueger.
It says here that he's encouraging Jacob to use the power Freddy had been giving him. Jacob destroys Freddy and his infant form and is absorbed by his mother.
So or maybe that's the next one. One of these
I think you're thinking of the sequel because and then warning Alice away, Amanda seals Freddy away in time.
No, maybe I'm thinking of the next one. But yeah, one of these ones like the girl like gives birth to Freddy.
Yeah, no, this doesn't seem to be this one.
And he comes back to life.
But
how are you gonna diss the movie that has Super Freddy in it? Easily one of the best deaths in these movies.
not so much that I'm dissing it per se, as I'm saying it's kind of a convoluted mess.
This movie, this is the one where one thing I appreciated about Freddy was I think I said this in another video, but like they realized pretty early on that he's not gonna be the chase you down the hallway bad guy. Like he's just not physically intimidating. That's not gonna be his thing. He's not Jason.
His thing is the dream powers, so
right.
He uses the dream powers to be scary. And so that's where I'm like, okay, so let's say he did get born, and he was then a baby again. Does he still have his dream powers in reality? Seems to me if he's born again, even if he comes out fully fledged Freddy and he's a man,
don't think about it.
It sort of seems like he becomes less scary at that point because then he's just human. Unless he gets to keep his powers.
Don't think about it.
But I'm thinking about it.
Don't think about it.
I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, the plan sort of seems like you're a more effective killer when you stay in people's dreams.
Could need you to get all the way off of his back.
No, that's not what we do here. We climb firmly up on the back, and we talk about all the things.
Doesn't he explode out of a woman at the beginning? I distinctly remember him exploding. I have a video where I talk about him exploding.
It's in her dream.
He explodes out of her, and it's kind of genuinely upsetting.
Yeah, that's in her dream. In the beginning of the movie, her and her boyfriend or whatever have sex, and then she falls asleep, and then she has a vision of herself dressed in a nun's habit, which has a tag which says Amanda Krueger, and then she gives birth to baby Freddy in the dream.
Right.
Maybe that's what you're thinking.
That might be what I'm thinking of. This also introduced a mother who was like she was born in an insane asylum and was raped by all the men in the asylum.
It says attacked, but yeah.
And then she gave that's why he has dream powers, because he was born of Satan, because he was conceived by all those evil men.
He's evil.
That's why he's evil. He was conceived of all those evil men.
But apparently there's one more after this, which is Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare.
I like that one too. It was a toss up when I selected this for you. I was like, it was either that or the next one. This is, in my opinion, I think I said the best Nightmare on Elm Street movie is the third one. But this is the point where they're like the most fun. Basically when they introduce the concept of like they can lucid dream and then they go into the dream and then they fight fight Freddy. Like there's points where like characters are doing hand-to-hand combat with him, and it's utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, the Super Freddy scene is pretty funny. I'm not gonna say I didn't enjoy this one, but it wasn't my
It's
favorite
not.
one.
It's not one of the. Not one of the better Nightmare on Elm Street ones. But
I
also,
don't know.
I don't think the
Uh,
first one is very good. So, you know, I think
I
when
don't
he's
know.
creepy and pedo-y, I guess we'll talk about the first one later. But yeah, I think he's creepy and pedo-y. So like that's when he's the least interesting to me. Is like when they're like, yeah, what if he molested children? No, I'm not into that.
Uh, they don't technically. I don't think they ever say he molested them. He just kills them.
They do it.
Not that that, not that that makes it better,
They do in
but
later movies establish that he did.
sure. But I'm talking in the first
No, in
one.
the first one, no, it's they hint at it, but apparently
They
that
say that he takes them down. He takes them down to his basement to kill them.
they initially he was gonna. I think
You
the guy
you could argue that they imply
um
it.
the
They
guy who
certainly they certainly imply it,
the guy who
but
plays Freddy, he said that was in the original version of it, and then they changed it at the last minute because people didn't like it because they're right. It's objectively awful. Any version where it's like Freddy Krueger's a pet is the least interesting version of Freddy.
yeah, he doesn't need to be. He can just be a psychopathic killer.
Killing kids is enough. That's
It's
enough.
enough. But
That
yeah, so
is
that's the
enough.
that's the fifth one. It's weird,
It's so weird. I like those
but
movies.
fun, but weird.
No, my favorite ones are still gonna be the Friday the 13th. Nothing could top Friday the 13th.
I mean, Freddy, or Jason,
Love me some Jason.
and to the point where like my favorite version of Freddy is the one that is paired with Jason.
Yup,
So
yup, 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 yup.
there's that. But that's my last rapid fire.
All right, he, Roo, sir, Roo, sir. Um, trucking right along in our screamathon, as we hit my final rapid fire of the Scream movies. The penultimate for now Scream movie, that is Scream 5, which came out in, I want to say 2022, but it's also not called Scream 5. I keep calling it Scream 5. It's technically just called Scream. And the big thing with this one, yeah, 2022. Came out in 2022. And the big thing with this is making fun of the requel. Jordan, you need a refresher on what a requel is.
A reboot sequel.
Reboot sequel. Jordan, do you need an example of what a requel is?
This movie is one.
Yes, but another example. Do you need another example?
Oh, I mean, I guess technically the Halloween movie I watched was
Yes,
one.
that is absolutely a requel. Another example, that is a horror requel. That's a much better example. But the one I always go to is The Force Awakens. That's a requel. Reboot, also a sequel. A requel introduced, not only does it maintain the legacy characters, so in this case, your Dewey, your Gale Weathers, your Sidney Prescotts, it introduced a whole new cast of characters who you can now build a new trilogy or franchise around. So in this one, that is, I'm going to say the characters' names because it's going to be easier. It is, come on, Tara and her sister Sam Carpenter. That's funny. Sorry. I totally got that. That's hilarious. John Carpenter is the name of the guy who created Halloween.
Oh,
But so Sam, it's been 25 years since the original killing, and it's been like 10 years since the last one, which is the one from the Scream 4. And so this movie opens with your cold open once again. Tara is they want to watch the stab or something, but she gets attacked by Ghostface. But the twist is this time she survives, and that brings back her estranged sister Tara, brings her estranged sister back to town. Estranged sister Sam back, and she's dating the guy from The Boys, Jack Quaid, the guy from The Boys. She's dating him, and they go back to Woodsboro to see her, and they introduce a new friend group. There's the twins, who are the niece and nephew of Randy, the guy who says the rules in the original Scream movie. They her she's got a boyfriend. There's a bunch of cast of characters. They get all killed, whatever, blah blah blah. And so this is about the requel, and they say that the thing with the requel is
legacy characters are safe.
well, that they initially when I watched it, I missed the line because initially I thought they said they don't say that legacy characters aren't safe, but later in the movie they do say that when they reveal who the killer is. They're like, yeah, the legacy characters aren't safe, and I'm like, I appreciate that because like, yeah, that's true. That's the number one thing about a requel is you have to kill a legacy character to establish that the stakes are now high. So in in case of Force Awakens, you got Han Solo. I can't remember who they kill. They should have killed Laurie Strode in the Halloween one. But in this one, spoiler alert, they kill Dewey. Dewey gets killed. But it's in
Dewey's no longer doing it?
No.
Oh, no.
But he Dewey's the stupidest thing ever. Where like Ghostface is going after them, is trying to get them in the hospital. Basically, Ghostface keeps trying to
I love that kill.
He keeps trying to get Sam throughout the movie. Like, they keep leaving her in places and Ghostface just shows up. And so Ghostface shows up to kill her at the hospital. And
wait. He's taking Sam to a place and then he's disappearing and Ghostface is appearing and she's not questioning why Ghostface keeps appearing?
No, at one point she's being protected by the police.
Sounds stupid.
And the whole thing is Dewey is no longer the his place in this is he's no longer the sheriff, and him and Gail are divorced. She's moved to Hollywood to be a talk show host, and she's now more famous than she already is. And he's retired, and the deputy from the previous movie is now the sheriff. And so there's and her son is the kid from 13 Reasons Why with frosted tips. No human being alive looks good with frosted tips. I maintain that. I stand by that. There isn't a person.
Okay, so what you're saying is we need to get you some frosted tips.
Absolutely not. No frosted tips. No person looks good with frosted tips. But she gets killed by Ghostface. She makes it look like Ghostface is gonna go for her son, and then Ghostface kills her and then kills her son. And all of the cops are investigating her murder, and she's like, "Oh, is no one watching my sister?" And they're like, "Oops, the sheriff got killed. We all left your sister alone for some reason." And so then Ghostface goes after the sister, and they're all escaping from Ghostface. And Dewey stops, and he's like, "You always have to shoot them in the head." And they're like, "What?" "Yeah, I have to go back." He's like, No, you don't. You don't need to go back." "No, I need to go back and shoot him in the head." No, you don't. What are you doing? You're doing like literally the stupidest possible thing you could possibly do. And he goes back and he's like trying to reload his gun, and Ghostface pops up and stabs him in the heart and kills him.
Shouldn't have gone back.
And yeah, I missed this line the first time I watched it, where she's like, "Oh, she kills him," and the voice modulator is like, "It's been an honor." And yeah, she's like, later on when you find out who the killer is, like, she's like, "I had to kill Dewey. Even the legacy characters aren't safe." And I was like, I appreciate that, because yeah, that is a requel. Legacy characters aren't safe in a requel. The other thing that irritates me is, big spoiler alert, Jack Quaid is one of the killers, and it's really obvious the whole movie he's one of the killers. And yeah, I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, but it's always the love interest," and yeah, but previous movies did a better job of misdirecting you, and at that point it wasn't a trope. And this is the only one where it's the love interest, and it's really obvious. But it's just the lampshading's not done well enough. It's just so obvious he's the killer. Like, there's so many moments where he just disappears, and then Ghostface shows up, and then he reappears. Like, what happened? And it's not like, it's very obvious that he was the Ghostface in that moment, because the other Ghostface is a girl and is, again, up to his chest. So like They have to write scenes where he disappears so the Ghostface can be tall. It's really lazy. At least in my opinion, it's really lazy. Not very clever. Um,
Does sound kind of lazy.
yeah, yeah. What else? What else? Oh yeah, they hint the entire movie that it's gonna be Stu, and then at the end, like I thought for sure there was gonna be some connection to Stu. Like at the end, like it turns out that one of the killers just happened to buy his house coincidentally, and that caused her to become obsessed with the stab movies. And it just feels like at one point she was gonna be related to Stu, but they changed it. Like there's a lot of shit in these movies that feels like it was gonna be one thing, and then they changed it last minute because there's a lot of setup for it to involve Stu, and then it just doesn't.
So
It's really weird.
in you because you said Stu, not the character but the actor.
Matthew Lillard.
Uh, Thank you. You said that he's supposedly coming back. What would be funny
He
that they would
supposedly
never
is.
that they would never do, but what would be funny is if I don't know what capacity, but like they end up finding him or he comes back or whatever, and he's like, yeah, sorry, I've been living under an assumed identity. I've been William, and have it be a reference to Five Nights at
And
Freddy's.
William. Oh, and sorry, one thing I forgot to mention about this is the lead girl. The whole thing is big twist. You find out in the middle. Not I don't know if it's in the middle, but sort of towards the middle. You find out that she is the daughter of Billy Loomis. So throughout the movie, she is having hallucinations of her ghost dad as a teenager, but it's Skeet Ulrich digitally de-aged, and he still looks like adult Skeet Ulrich, but like he's just shaved, and he more or less looks like adult, like he looks like 50, however old he is, Skeet Ulrich. It looks terrible. The effect does not look good. Um,
Why would she envision her dad as a teenager in a way that she would have never seen him?
because the whole thing is that I guess that's how the world remembers him. They remember him as the killer version of. So
But she wouldn't.
her backstory is basically, um, when she was a teenager, she went into the attic and found her. I think it's like her mom's diary or something. She found some sort of letter or something that basically told her that her real dad was Billy Loomis. That when her mom was a teenager, she got pregnant with her. With Billy, cheated on her dad with Billy Loomis, and which makes Billy Loomis a hypocrite. Anyway, and she found out and like confronted her mom and got into this huge fight. And as a result, her dad left. Her stepdad, I guess, left, and the mom always blamed her, and she blamed herself, which caused her to develop psychosis, which caused her to push her family away, which is why she sees the ghost of her dead biological dad.
Okay, that sounds
And,
convoluted
and
and messy.
the ghost of her biological dad is constantly trying to convince her to stab people. She's just like, if you just give in to your being a murderer, because it tries to be like being a murderer is genetic, and it's like you just need to give in to your genetics and accept that you're a murderer. She's like, but I
I
don't
mean,
want to accept that I'm
then
a
yeah,
murderer.
then Matthew Lillard could come back as a ghost. They've already set up the idea.
Well, no, she's not actually a ghost. It's all supposed to be in her head. He's not actually a ghost.
No, but I'm saying that doesn't matter. I'm saying they could do the same thing with Matthew
I
Lillard.
suppose they could, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, it ends with her. The big important detail for this is she discovered the big reveal. The boyfriend is Ghostface, and there's another Ghostface that I won't reveal. Um, they want to basically reboot, do a requel of Stab by recreating the original to remind everyone of how good the original is, because only true fans care about is the original. All the other ones suck. And I think this is the one where they say that the last one involved time travel. And they got so bad, and he was so upset about it that he needed to create a new Stab in order to give the franchise the juice it needs to restart, and
Reinvigorate it.
he wants to frame her as the killer. Basically, she's Ghostface, and as everyone is revealing, he's like, yeah, just so you know, there's always two Ghostfaces, and he reveals himself as the second Ghostface. He's like, oh my god, I can't believe you didn't get it. Dewey even said it. He even said I was Ghostface, and you didn't even pay attention to that. And they finally defeat them, and he stops her because the thing is, as these movies go on, Sydney shows up and hijacks the entire climax. She's basically not in the entire movie. She just exists off camera on the phone in phone conversations with other characters. Dewey gets killed and she comes back, and her and Gale go to the girl and is like, we need to kill him. And she's like, what? Yeah, we need to get together, work together, and kill him. Kill him dead. DEA dead. And she's like, are you trying to convince me to help you go murder someone? And they're like, yeah, pretty much. Because in every single movie, it ends with Sydney shooting them in the head. So Sydney's just a stone cold killer at this point. She doesn't even care. She's like, I can't go home to my family and be worried about that, or be not concerned about this until we kill him. So we need to kill him. And she's like, yeah, I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. Anyway, so they go through the climax, and the movie ends with her killing Jack Quaid. But she doesn't just kill Jack Quaid. She, like, Ghostface stabs him, like, 100 times. Like, just like, stab, 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 stab. As he, like, begging for his life. And she just stabs him to death, and he dies. And,
So, okay, I have questions. Just let me work through this. So you said earlier that there was an original guy who was the one who contacted Billy and the guy from the
yes.
first one, and there he's the reason why they
Yeah,
ended up doing all the
this movie
murders.
wants to
So
completely ignore that.
but what I would do, and then you also said that the seventh stab movie does time travel.
If I recall correctly, that's a line in this movie, yes.
So what I would do, and what Scream movie are we up to?
This will be the seventh one.
Oh, the one this new like a new one that's coming
Are you
out.
going to say they should do time travel in the seventh one?
I am, and so what
They
I think
should.
they
They
should
should
do,
absolutely do time travel in the seventh Scream movie.
what what
It would
what
be
I think
terrible,
they
but
should do
hilarious.
is I think that the point should be that they have to go back and stop that original guy who talked to Billy and the guy from the first one. And the point is that they go back in time before he even has the idea of contacting them. And in this movie, our heroes are Ghostface hunting him,
That would be pretty fun.
trying to kill him.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna get to the concept of a good ghost face, but yeah, it's not like it's arguable self-defense. She stabs him a murder amount of times, where you're like,
A
this,
mur a murder amount of
like,
times.
it doesn't. This is not like when Sydney shoots. Like, Billy gets up and charges at them, and he shoots him in the head one final time. That's not quite what this was. It's like repeatedly, and this one's not as bad.
I just love that descriptor. A murder amount of
She
time.
stabs him a lot and then slits his throat, and then stands
It
over
felt
top of him,
personal.
covered in blood, and the sister's standing next to him, and they're just looking over this guy that they just murdered, and she's like, "You okay?" She's like, "Yeah," and it's kind of treated like it's like this like badass moment. You're like, I don't know, this feels morally gray at best. I don't know. But I will say I didn't like this the first time I watched it. I thought the twists were obvious. I was like, oh, it's kind of violating some of the rules of requels that I don't. If it's not getting the point across it's trying to get across. But I actually enjoyed this way more this time. I think maybe it's because I had watched all four of the. Number one, I didn't remember Scream 4 as well as I thought I had, and number two, because I remember like when it brings back or makes references to previous movies, because I just watched the movies a day ago, they now mean more to me, and so
Yeah, fair enough.
I appreciated this as like a celebration of Scream. I don't think it's like the we'll do a power ranking at the end of this, but I don't think it's the best one. But I don't think it's the worst one. I don't know. I'm on a toss of the worst Scream movie. I really do think it's probably Scream 6. But or it's yeah, it's so hard. I really don't like Scream 6 for reasons I'm going to get into next. But that's it. That's Scream 5.
Okay. So to move on to have scenes, for me, we are going back to the OG Nightmare on Elm Street, the original. And I don't feel like I need to do a plot summary of this. But I will
Freddy's coming
say,
for you.
I will say a few interesting things that I've learned just now as you were talking about the last Scream movie. Is Fred not Freddy. Right, yeah, Freddy. I was gonna call him Freddy Voorhees. Freddy Krueger was actually named okay, let me rephrase this. Do you know why he's called Freddy Krueger?
I feel like I do, but tell me anyway.
Uh Craven, the director, creator, what have you, was bullied in school by a child named Fred Krueger.
Yes, I did know that. I did know that. I did know that.
Uh, do you know why the sweater that Freddy Krueger wears? Do you know why it's red and green?
Because that's the color of the sweater that the bully wore?
No. That would be funny, but no. He chose red and green after reading an article in 1982, Scientific American, which said that those two colors were the most clashing colors to the human retina.
Huh.
So he chose them because they bother people,
That makes sense.
which fits the kind of
It does fit.
movie he was making. And so he wanted to make Krueger different from other horror film villains of the area because
Yeah.
a lot of killers were wearing masks at the time. Leatherface, Michael Myers, Jason. And he wanted his villain to have a mask but be able to talk and taunt and threaten. So he thought of the burns and the scars.
But he
instead
doesn't. He doesn't really. That's the thing. Is a lot of what people know Freddy Krueger as being, which is like silly, not silly, but like he does jokes and quips and whatnot. Not really in the first one. That doesn't really happen to like the second. I mean, really
Oh
the
no,
second one.
I should clarify. That comment came from a 2014 interview after all of the other ones had come out.
Yeah, because like New Night. There's one that I almost considered making you watch called New Nightmare, which is like yeah, it's trying to make Freddy scary, and he's not really. I don't find Freddy scary. I don't think there's a version of Freddy that's scary. I think when he's trying to be scary, it's the least interesting he is.
For me, the reason why he how do I say this? For me, he can't be scary because he's a guy that kills you in your dreams.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess that's
he's
fair.
so not believable for me.
Also, this one doesn't have a high. It doesn't have a high body count. Like I think he only kills like 2 or 3
He has
people in
like
this.
four or five people, I think.
But yeah, this one also has Johnny Depp.
Basically all of the friends. Yeah, I forget. Funny enough, as I had forgotten that it was Johnny Depp, and if you hadn't reminded me that it was Johnny Depp, I wouldn't have remembered that he was Johnny Depp because he's so young in this that
Very young.
you could be forgiven for not realizing that it was Johnny
Pretty
Depp.
sure it's his first movie. I think it's his. I'm pretty sure it's his first movie.
Yeah, it says here it's his film debut.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think at this point, I think he had been on TV, but not movies.
He might have been in 21 Jump Street, but even
That's
then,
that's what I'm thinking of.
yeah, I even then I don't actually know if this might be pre 21 Jump Street.
Let's find out.
Yeah, he gets one of the more brutal deaths when he turns into a bloody geyser of blood and guts.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
A lot of iconic imagery. Her in the bathtub with the claw through her.
I was gonna say there's a lot to be seen. Sorry, I'm looking at.
He's certainly one of the most iconic horror weapons in the claw hand.
So the show says here came out in 1987. And this movie came out in 1984, so this came first.
This came first. This is pre Jump Street. It's a very young Johnny Depp.
But no, this is definitely. I mean, there's a reason why Freddy is still around. It's a
Not
classic for
really.
a
I mean,
reason.
the last Freddy thing they made was that remake,
I
and they haven't made
sure,
anything since.
but I mean in the like in the
Oh, in the
cultural
cultural sense,
consciousness,
yes, yes. There's a reason why he's
like
still
he's still
around.
very much in like horror games and
This is true.
in the yeah the
He
zeitgeist.
did a whole Mortal Kombat.
Um.
You know the last thing that shit, you have it open. What's the actor's name who plays Freddy?
Oh. Hold on. I gotta go to the cast.
It's gonna
Give
bug me.
me 2 seconds.
It's not coming to me.
Cast.
It's not coming to me.
Yeah, funny enough, I would have thought that Freddie would have gotten top billing in this cast list, but he doesn't. Robert England.
Robert England. Could you know the last time Robert England played Freddy?
I do not.
The last time he played Freddy was in an episode of the not the middle Goldbergs, where he was in one of the characters' nightmares.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
That was the last time he put on the makeup. Who would you?
Very, very
Okay, here's the
interesting.
question. You're doing a reboot. You're bringing back Freddy. Who do you have play Freddy?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, I don't know who the staples of the horror industry are, but I'm hard pressed not to say the guy who plays Art the
Ah,
Clown
David
because
Howard Norton. I
I think
mean,
I think he'd do a
oh, that
good job at it,
feels like such a
but
basic answer, but he really would be a
I know.
phenomenal
I
Freddy
That's where I'm
Krueger.
like he just does such a good job as Art that I think he'd do a pretty fantastic job as Krueger.
I've developed such a love for him as a performer. Um, he elevates like he's been in a bunch of those bad horror movies, and like I say, he elevated that Grinch one. Like he makes that movie so much better than it has any right to be. So yeah, fuck it, let him be. I mean, I'm still campaigning for him to be Joker. I will put my full throat behind him being the Joker. I think he should be. I think we need Clown Prince Joker to come back. Like I really do believe he could, even in the Batman. Like I think he should like step out, kill Barry Conahan or the guy who's gonna be Joker before kill him and step out and be Clown Prince Joker. I think it
I,
would fit in that universe.
I
I don't care
mean,
what anyone
I
says.
I think it would be funny as you know that works, but I think it would be funnier if and don't explain it, don't give it any logic, but if you had Jared Leto's Joker and this version, the Art the Clown version, just comes out and just like lops his head off.
I mean, why can't we have both? Why can't he just have a killing spree of killing fake Jokers?
I mean, that would be great.
Just
That'd be
he,
great, and have it where and the way that
he has
you
all the
can
other
really do
Jokers'
it.
heads on his wall.
And the way that you could do it and have it be even more fun is if each of the fake Jokers is an homage to one of the different Jokers. So
Yeah, do it.
you have the Heath Ledger one.
Do it
You
where
have
it's like he's going around town and he's killing all of like in universe, have it where they're all like dressed up at Joker or like at parties or whatever, and have it be like they're all fake Jokers. I'm the real Joker, baby.
there's only one clown prince.
I mean, I cannot be against a movie where we kill Jared Leto's Joker. I just can't be against that.
I'm just saying, who how could you be?
Oh yeah, we were gonna. We still might, if it's in theaters by next week, maybe consider watching Tron Ares for the show next week.
See, I wasn't gonna bring this up, but since you brought it up, I find it funny how apparently that movie is opening has been doing very
It's
poorly,
apparently
and
atrocious.
well, from what I understand, most of the headlines are saying are placing the blame at Jared Leto's feet,
Yup,
which I think is funny.
that is funny.
Uh,
But I still want to watch it, so one day we'll talk about it for the show. But we just didn't have time to watch it in theaters. We've been busy on the weekends.
but yeah, no, that's and yes, you're right. He was a that was another an interesting thing that I was going to read for you. But he was originally going to be a pedophile.
Hmm.
But apparently the reason why they pivoted from that, I can't find it in. Oh wait, no, here it is. Uh, was because at the time in California, I can't find it specifically in here, but essentially at the time in California, there was apparently a bunch of pedophile cases going on. And the creator
Uh,
was worried that people thought that he was basically taking advantage of that.
I'm glad he cut it because I hate it in that reboot. I hate that they add it in later. I don't like it. It's an unnecessary addition.
And to me, it's
It's
not
a it's
necessary.
even apart from the fact that it's just a gross thing, an
Yeah.
unpleasant thing, and it makes me uncomfortable having to even talk about it. Um, it's just in terms of a character, it's just a hat on a hat.
Yeah.
He's already murdering kids. You don't need to take it that extra
In the,
step farther. It's not
murdering kids in their dreams and you just no, it's not necessary.
right. It does not add anything to that
It's
character.
already weird enough when he makes flirty sexual jokes towards the high schoolers.
Yeah.
I don't need him to do it to people that are even younger than the high
Well, as
schoolers.
is, yeah. Well, that's where I'm like, you could see the seeds of him being because yeah, he's making sexual passes at teenagers. You're like, oh yeah, it's when people are like, what? That is, I saw a video where a person was saying that, and I saw people being like, what? That's so out of pocket. I'm like, not if you watch that movie.
It's
It's not.
it's not really. It's not really. It's
Uh,
not really. But
Jordan,
that's a Nightmare on Elm
that's the
Street.
Nightmare on Elm Street icon of horror. Um, the final Scream movie, Jordan. The final Scream movie. This is a controversial Scream movie for reasons we'll get into, which we alluded to yesterday when we talked about this. This is, in my opinion, this is my. I don't know if it's the worst Scream movie, but I hate it. It's like Scream movie. It's my least favorite Scream movie because it's really frustrating. Um, so this is. It's been a few years since the last set of um, of Scream killings, and this movie opens up with a guy. He's gonna this girl. She's on a date, and she gets a ghost face call, and the ghost face is pretending to be like, "Oh, I'm late for this date" or whatever, and the voice is clearly Ghostface, but it's just Ghostface talking like a regular guy, and then the voice becomes Ghostface, and you find out that you see him do a Ghostface kill, and he takes off the Ghostface costume, and it's Flash Thompson from Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man movies.
From the new one?
Yeah, it's him.
He doesn't strike me as the type.
And he turns out he's a film student, and they want to finish. They want to get the girl from the last movie because after the events of the last movie, everyone thinks that she is a killer or she instigated it, and they want to finish the guy from the previous movie, the Jack Quaid. They want to finish what he started. Basically, he didn't get to finish his movie, so they want to finish his movie. So they kill
Okay.
in order to basically practice. They want to practice before they go after her. Um, they kill he kills his film teacher because there's once again all these movies involve dialogue about contemporary horror movies that I'm not going to waste your time telling you about. So he kills her, disposes of the Ghostface costume, and goes home. And it's kind of the first time you get to see what a Ghostface kill looks like from the perspective of Ghostface. That is kind of interesting. And he gets the phone call, and he thinks his friend. He thinks it's his friend because remember, Ghostface is always there's always two Ghostfaces. So he
Mhm.
thinks he's talking to his other Ghostface, and he's like, "Dude, we promised we'd never use the voice on each other." And he's like, "Well, whatever, you got to do it." And he's like, "Oh, I'm not Terry or whatever." And he gets killed by a Ghostface. And you see the girl; she's now traumatized by the events of the previous movie, and her and the sister are kind of sort of falling out because she's being overly protective of the other sister, who's not like dealing with what happened to her. Like she's not dealing with it; she's just burying it with like alcohol and partying and whatnot. And the Ghostface shows back up and kills. I can't remember who she kills. Who it kills first, but it's one of the people that she kills first is their roommate, and they wind up in touch with a detective who is helping them investigate the Ghostface murders, whatever. And there's another character who's in the friend group, and it gets to the point where they start questioning the friend group, and they're like, yeah, how did you just happened to move in, and you moved in with the other guy, and it's just random, you just happenly random to show up, and it's just really obvious that they're the killers, because they're right, like there's been 6 of these movies, and these people just happen to randomly show up in your life within the past few months. That is suspicious. Like,
that's weird timing.
yeah. And so then eventually one of the characters from the 4th movie shows up. Kirby, Hayden Panettiere, shows up, and she is now an FBI agent who investigates Ghostface killers. And Ghostface in this movie does a lot of like physically impossible things, where like there's one point where he shows up and attacks them, and people got upset by this, where he shows up and he starts using a shotgun, like he shows up in a shop, because this movie is kind of part Scream 2, part Jason Takes Manhattan, where like they're in New York.
That's not a compliment.
In the sense that a lot of it takes place, it's not in Woodsboro. They don't go to Woodsboro. A lot of it happens in New York, and there's a bit where Ghostface shows up to attack them at a convenience store, and the convenience store owner shoots him, and he just kind of like a ghost disappears and like teleports, and it's like not.
That's not how Ghostface works.
Right. Well, Ghostface is just a guy, right?
2 guys.
Well, usually 2 guys, or more than when it's human. Ghostface is human.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the whole deal. And like there's a point in one of the earlier movies where he'll be invincible now, but no, he's still just a human. And it's one of the things I appreciate about Ghostface. Like when you throw him down the stairs, he gets knocked unconscious because he's a human. Like he can't teleport like that. So, I thought that when I saw, because this is one of those ones where I saw trailers for it, I thought it was going to turn out that Ghostface was supernatural this time, because in a lot of the trailers it was like he was doing supernatural shit. So I thought that the twist was going to be it was Stu, because
haunting them.
Yeah, because she sees the ghost of her dead dad still. So I thought that it was going to turn out big twist. No, he is actually the ghost of her dead dad. It's not all psychological. And then, big twist, you get to the end. I once again, I have to spoil the ending of this in order to complain about it. But the big twist is that, at one point in the movie, they wind up at this, like, warehouse of all of this Ghostface stuff. So as the Ghostface are killing the various people, they keep leaving behind Ghostface masks. So the first Ghostface mask they leave behind is the one from the 5th one, and then they leave behind the one from the 4th one, and so there's a point where they're talking about all the Ghostface, and it's the first time they address the 3rd one, where they're like, oh, and then you have the one from the 3rd one, and he's the only solo Ghostface, and then she's like, oh, bold, and I'm like, well, that's dumb, it doesn't make sense. Even in the last one, they point out that it's always 2 Ghostface, and the thing I like about this one, and it's one of the reasons why, one of the things I like about this is they eventually go for Gale. And in the previous movie, they say, we had to kill Gale because if Gale survives at this point, it becomes ridiculous and unbelievable. And so Ghostface goes for her in this movie so that they can get a legacy character. And on the phone, she's like, oh, I'm going to get my gun and I'm just going to shoot you. Just point blank. She's like, I got my gun. I'm just going to shoot you when I find you. He's doing the Ghostface call and she can't find him. She's like going through her apartment, like kicking open doors looking for him. And he's like, well, what if I'm wearing a bulletproof vest? And she's like, then I'll just shoot you in the head. And he's like, but, and she's like, sorry, I'll be right back. And she hangs up and then just starts shooting. And I was like, you know what? I respect it. I respect that. Like she's been through this like 5 other times. She's like, fuck this, I'm done.
She's learned the lesson. Right? She knows.
She knows, right? And then she gets stabbed in the heart, and they find her. And I should say the other big thing about this one is they couldn't get the girl who plays Sydney to come back. So Sydney isn't in this movie, and she doesn't need to be. She is completely fundamentally useless in the last one. She just comes in and hijacks the climax. She doesn't add anything. She's not necessary. So her not being in this was a big deal at the time, but because they didn't offer enough money. But like she's not missed, in my opinion. Like, she doesn't need to be in this. The
Mm.
only legacy character who comes back in this, other than Kirby, the one from the fourth one, and I barely consider her a legacy character, is Courtney Cox. She comes back and she gets stabbed, and they find her stabbed, and she's like, she does I don't know what you would call it. You know the final line you have before you die.
Yes.
Like when a character you're holding, you have that moment where the character gets killed by the bad guy, and they're dying.
The treasure is hidden.
Yeah.
In...
Tell them I was. So she has a line like that where she like they're holding her in their arms. She's like, I tell them I wasn't a victim, and it looks like she dies, and then she just comes back at the end because I'm guessing in a rewrite they decided not to kill her off, at least from what I could tell. But it undercuts the point of that movie. It would have been better, and it would have been made more sense if she died. It would have been more effective. But anyway, so the big twist is that the killer, there's 3 Ghostface this time instead of just 2, which is neat. I do like that addition. But that the killers are the family of Jack Quaid from the previous movie. And it's like, you're like, oh, okay. And my big thing about this is all of the shit in this movie feels like shit that were delivered in a different method would be cool. So like the entirety of the climax happens in this warehouse of stab stuff that they find, of like Scream paraphernalia basically that they find. That the dad I'm gonna call it Scream paraphernalia, but Stab paraphernalia. The movie is Stab. So like Ghostface costumes, various evidence relating to all the killers, stuff like that. And it seems like the reveal is like, oh, it's gonna be Stu. Like, who else would have amalgamated a
obsessive collection
that this and they don't paint Jack Quaid as being that much of an obsessive fan in the previous one to where this over the top having he's like, oh, I didn't care much for the movies, but I wanted my son to have this experience of having all this stuff, so I got it for him, because a lot of it is like crime scene paraphernalia, like the masks and the costumes and the stuff. So you're like, oh, the all the masks counting down per each victim is going to count down to the final mask, which is Billy Loomis's mask. Like, okay, yeah, clearly the killer has to be someone meaningfully connected to this franchise, right? And it's just this family, and it just ends up being Scream 2 again. Whereas, like, yeah, it's not in Woodsboro. It's in a different city, in a different location, and the killer has a familial connection to the killer in the previous movie. Like, it's just Scream 2. It's just not exceptionally all that interesting. The only kind of hitch or like hiccup to it is or part that's kind of interesting, and it's another thing that like it feels like it should be cool but it isn't, is she keeps having these visions of Billy Loomis, who is trying to convince her to be a Ghostface. And so the ending of the movie is her doing a Ghostface to the bad guy. And so there's a point where like she's doing the phone call, like a Ghostface phone call, and she's the good guy, and she pops out and just stabs him a bunch of times, like just a bunch of times, and like,
like you do,
yeah, and like walks away, and the implication is that like she's gonna walk away and be Ghostface for good now, be like,
but like a good Ghostface,
yeah, like a good Ghostface. And the other thing is, in this movie, characters get stabbed so many times, like they get stabbed so many times and then live. So like one of the twins, there's a point where when you discover that there's 2 Ghostfaces, he's standing there taunting the Ghostface, and the 2 Ghostfaces like pop out, and they're each stabbing him in the side, like up and down the side, just repeatedly. And then you're like, oh, he's obviously dead. And then it gets to the end of the movie when you find out who lives, and they're loading him into a hospital. And they're like, holy shit, you're alive. And he's just like, and you're like, what? How? What? You got stabbed like 10 times. There's no way they didn't hit a major organ. Like,
no. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. It's not like it was a gunshot, Justin.
Like, Gale Weathers, you got stabbed in the heart. How are you alive? Like, it becomes cartoonish and unrealistic. And then, yes,
because my heart is actually on the other side.
We're not going to get into the details of it, but the girl who, you're probably curious as to why why this franchise can't be saved. That's because
Time travel. You can use time travel. Use time travel.
the
Totally.
girl who plays Sam and the other girl who plays the main new girl, the new final girl, and the other girl, Jenna Ortega, both opted to not come back for the next one, even though this is very much the middle point of a trilogy. No, sorry, the girl who plays Sam, I don't know if she quit or got fired, but it was related to she was pro-Palestine.
Political.
Yeah,
Got it.
She got let go for political reasons, and then they gave the girl who played Sydney enough money to come back, and so you're kind of like, oh, where's your spine? And also, despite the fact that he got killed in the fifth one, the David Arquette Dewey will be doing it in the seventh one somehow. I don't know if it's gonna be like a.
He's got to do it one more time.
So that's where we keep joking about time travel, but Matthew Lillard is in it in an unnamed role. Somehow David Arquette is back. Courtney Cox is, I'm pretty sure, is in it. Sydney is in it. There's no way it's not going to be bad. Like, it doesn't have any of the characters from this new trilogy in it.
Just reboot it then.
Well, that it's a reboot in the middle of a reboot.
All right, we'll reboot it again.
Like, yeah, reboot it from scratch. I guess I don't know how you saved this, but yeah, I the sixth one is my least favorite. I can't say it's the worst one because I don't know that it's like objectively. I don't know that it's worse than the third one. The third one's pretty bad, but we're gonna do a quick power ranking before we move on. I think okay, we're gonna do it. The best one I think is still the first one, so we're gonna remove that from this. The rest of them is the fourth, the fifth, the second, the third, and then the sixth. Best to worst in that order.
All right.
That is the Scream movies. That is iconic.
I can't do a list. I didn't watch them all.
No, well, we're gonna maybe next year, Jordan. Maybe next year, Jordan will do the Scream movies. Or he'll watch them in between now and then we'll go watch the seventh one.
Which will be about time travel.
I'm really hoping it is. That'll make me so happy. If it's about time, they should. It would be like that franchise is just meta enough that you could. What?
Sorry, I'm looking at my battery. I'm at 15%.
Oh no. Have we really been going for that long?
And I still have 3 movies.
How did that happen?
I mean, this phone's getting older and older. It could just be slowly the battery is wearing. Anyway, worst case, I have to switch to a less good audio thing.
That's fair.
I'm gonna let it roll for as long as I can. Okay. But we're gonna if you're done, we'll move on to my next one.
Yeah, I'm good. That's it. That's the Scream movies. That's it. They're all different. Just you all know they're all different from this point on.
The Scream movies or your movies?
My movies. My movies. They're all different movies now.
So this was one that you picked for me, and it is so. You just picked this one just to make me suffer because we were doing we were doing slasher movies, and this is not a slasher movie.
Technically,
it is a science fiction body horror film.
Technically speaking, I believe I just said R-rated movies, and then it morphed into slasher flicks. So also vengeance, sweet glorious revenge.
So for those who don't know what movie we're talking about, because I don't think I've named it yet. I watched The Fly in 1986, Jeff Goldblum movie, which, okay, so we're going to get this out of the way first.
It's disgusting.
Yes. The person who did the makeup on it, who I believe over Jeff Goldblum and over everyone, I believe gets top billing.
I think they won. I'm pretty sure they either got nominated or won an Oscar for this. The makeup.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure.
Makeup effects were created by Chris Wallace, along with makeup artist Stephen Dupuis. And especially for the 1980s, they are very well done.
It holds up, man.
He looks gross. It holds up. So I want to do it this way. It is. How do I word this? Yeah, we've talked about the makeup and how great but horrifying it is.
Upsetting.
What's funny is it bothered me less this time than it did the last time
Probably
I
because you were
watched it.
expecting it.
There's that. I was a little more prepared for it this time. I think also I truly do think that the Art the Clown movies have desensitized me in a very gross way.
I don't know,
Um,
man. I had seen the Art the
but
Clown movies, and I still found this movie disgusting.
but so I'm gonna say it. I like this movie,
I mean,
even though it's
it's
horrifying.
an iconic movie. Lots of people like this movie. I don't think I said I
Um,
hated it. I said it was disgusting, and I will never watch it again.
it is disgusting, but it's also really good at what it does.
Also, like, yeah, I
Um,
didn't need to see Jeff Goldblum have sex with Gina Garofalo
with the mom from Stuart Little.
with the mom from Stuart Little. Yeah, I didn't need to see that.
And I definitely didn't need to see him in whitey tighties.
No, hey man, I
Tidy
will say he does
whiteys.
he does look good in this movie. Like, and I never saw Jeff Goldblum as like a sex symbol or anything, but like, just saying,
I mean, okay.
just saying, he's a handsome
You
man.
didn't have to though, and that's the
That's for the
important thing.
ladies. It was for the
Um,
ladies.
but yeah, no, I mean, this movie is prolific. The Simpsons has made fun of it.
Everything's made fun of it.
It's in the cultural zeitgeist.
I enjoyed
Uh,
the well, last time I watched it, I enjoyed the discussion of like Brundlefly is not it's not the guy. It's a
he's not the
different
same. He's
thing.
not the same guy.
He's not the same
Uh,
guy.
he very much is assembled genetically together with a fly, and he is the son, if you will, the offspring of the fly and
And the guy.
Brundle.
Yeah, the idea of when it comes to teleportation, like because that is often a philosophical discussion when it comes to teleportation of when you come out the other end, are you still you or did you die and then that is you reborn?
Get
And
reassembled.
this subscribes to that theory that yeah he when he went into the teleportation pod the first time he died.
He
It,
died and got reassembled as a new being.
yeah, it killed him and yeah reassembled him. Yeah, and I was like, oh, okay,
Um,
I never thought of it that way before. That's interesting.
um, and so then at that point, it's like, yeah, oh,
But
yeah,
also, like the scientist in me is like, well, what would have happened had he gone through and not been
not had the fly in there.
not had the fly in there? What would have happened? Doesn't he? He doesn't end up going in the end with her, right? He goes in by himself
With who? With
with the girl, right?
well, and at the end, he has a pod for himself, a pod for her, and it's supposed to merge them together into the third pod.
But it
So
doesn't.
Brundle Fly, um, her and her unborn baby would have been all fused together in that third pod, but it doesn't because jealous ex husband or ex boyfriend or whatever, who's also there, who Brundlefly has thrown up on and melted away his hand and his
Yeah.
foot. He shoots the pod, and so Brundlefly ends up getting merged together with the pod.
Right. I remember that his final version of him is really graphic and disgusting.
It's yeah, because he's part fly, man fly, part pod.
Yeah. He's like,
And
please kill
and,
me.
and and so like he lifts the gun to his head for her to shoot, and she's still going like no, no, and I'm like, come on,
Come
babe,
on, man. Yeah. No.
he's
No.
not human, and he's clearly suffering. It's an old Yeller
Yeah.
situation. You're putting him out of his
Put
misery.
that poor guy down. Yeah. No. That.
But not even guy, poor
Put
thing.
that poor thing down. He's no. He
Like
stopped being a guy three transformations ago. But yeah. Oh
I
man. Yeah.
mean,
When he pulls his fingernails off, like there's just so much of this that makes.
oh,
Oh.
or when she's feeling the fly hair on the cut or whatever, and I'm just like,
Yeah. Right. Oh.
like,
Willies. It gives
but
me that.
but but I gotta give it credit because it's damn good at what it does.
Oh, it is phenomenal.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
horrifying. It's absolutely
It's like, I
horrifying.
guess when you're like, what's my? It's funny because in every single one of those Scream movies, they ask that question: "What is your favorite scary movie?" And
This is one of them.
This is definitely one of them because, like, if you want to be like, yeah, what makes me go? This is definitely one of those. So I'm going to be honest with you, Jordan. You got lucky because I considered also giving you The Substance, which is also another one. I've kind of discovered I don't like body horror. I don't like body horror. Like a slasher, like anything that like revels in how disgusting or bloody a thing is. Like I don't mind like yeah, like a Jason or like a Art the Clown pushes it for me. But yeah, where a person walks up and it quickly guy gets his head chopped off and then it's over and it's quickly and like temporarily bloody. Like those are fun. But yeah, when it's like his skin is peeling off or like I don't want that.
You really nailed the hit the nail on the head where, and I think that's why I don't like those Terrifier movies, because yeah, you're right. It is as violent as some of the newer stuff, but it revels in it. Like
Yeah.
it just really gets a sick, perverse pleasure out of it, and it just doesn't. It rubs me the
Kind
wrong
of.
way.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna. Wait. Do you have any more
We'll
for the
we'll
fly?
get there. Only thing further for The Fly is it had a budget of between 9 to 15 million, and box office. Do you want to take a guess?
Based on the wait. So you say budget was 9 million?
It says between 9 to 15 million. I'm guessing it was re-released a few
I'm
times, which is probably why it doesn't have a set number.
probably 50 million, 100 million.
It had a box office of 60.6
Oh,
million.
I'm not off. I'm not that far off. It's just I know that this was a massively popular movie and they made a sequel.
But I'm guessing it. I'm guessing it went back to. Oh, interesting. It has some deleted and alternate scenes.
Yeah, oh yeah, we didn't mention the scene that they cut out where they there's a scene that they cut. I think I talked about it the last time I talked about this movie, but it's the one where he puts an animal through, and they cut it out because they thought it was
Monkey
awful.
cat.
Yeah, the monkey cat scene. That scene is awful, and I understand why they cut it. Don't. It's not
They
worth it.
they cut it from the film to make it easier for audiences to maintain sympathy with Brundle's character.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like, oh, he's a total unredeemable monster, and he has no. The ethics
Uh,
of it are fucked up.
Apparently, there was another one held at the Fox lot in Los Angeles, which featured, quote, the butterfly baby coda, and it was cut as
Yeah.
well.
I mean, there's so much. Like when he turns the thing inside out, like there's so much disgusting shit in that movie.
Wait, this is a Cronenberg one?
This is
That
absolutely.
that explains a lot.
Yeah, this is a David Cronenberg fucked up Cronenberg movie. This is the
Yeah.
Cronenbergiest of Cronenberg movies. This is really what Rick and Morty is making fun of is this episode or this movie, I should say.
Um,
But it's funny you mentioned Art the Clown. Is that it?
yeah, that's it. I'm mostly just reading stuff for myself now.
It's funny you mentioned Art the Clown, Jordan. So it's time to take you all back. It's time to bring back an icon of this channel. You know, the reason why we are as successful as we are because we gained so many subscribers from this guy. But it's time to bring back an icon of horror cinema, a modern icon. It's time to bring back Art the Clown. Because I really wanted to re-examine this. So we're talking about Terrifier 3. We'll play the trailer right now. I really wanted to go back to this because for those of you who don't know, when we watched last year we did our Spooky of the Moment podcast, and we did the gnarly stuff, which is the equivalent to this.
Ooh.
Oh, Spooky Jordan! Spooky Jordan's appearing. It's appearance of Spooky Jordan. Spooky Jordan's here.
Ooh.
But we did an episode last year. You could check it out if you want and go back and watch it from last year called the gnarly stuff. Which was really the spiritual successor to this episode, a much less good version of this episode.
So wait, no, this is the spiritual successor to that episode.
Yes,
you mean?
that is a much worse version of this, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we talked about all three of the Terrifier movies together. We both watched them together, and
boy did we!
Boy howdy did we! And that all led to watching Terrifier 3, which came out in theaters last year, and when we were sitting there, and it's funny, Jordan, because the memories of this came up like a couple of weeks ago. We were sitting there, and a family with two 3 to 4-year-old kids walked in, and we both looked at each other and went, "Are we in the wrong movie?" And there's literally a Facebook status of me being like, "Me and Jordan are unsure if we were in the wrong movie. We'll keep you updated." And so we were so uncomfortable watching that movie the entire
Yeah.
time. We
Yeah,
were
because they were too
so
young to be watching that
uncomfortable
movie.
because they were too young to be watching that movie that it absolutely hindered my enjoyment of that movie. And I can say that because having watched this, and I'm not going to lie to you, I had a great time. I thoroughly enjoyed this movie this time. And maybe it's because the Scream movies aren't overall that violent, and this was like the end of my. I watched this after watching all the
Sorry.
Scream movies.
I'm at like 8%. I'm gonna switch over.
Okay. Take a hold that thought, unless you can continue to hear me. You know what? While Jordan does that, you will probably be seeing a clip from us talking about telling the story in that video. I'll probably bring back part of that video. I think. I think is what we might do.
Sound core life tune. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, you probably immediately notice a sound difference.
I absolutely do. But that's okay because maybe by the time I get through this, your phone will be charged.
Enough that I can switch back.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. That's okay. The audio is slightly worse. It's not the end of the world. I don't know how that happened. Usually we can get 5 hours or 4 hours out of your shit. Oh well.
News went too long, I guess. I don't know.
I guess. Where was I? Where was I? Oh, Art the Clown. So yeah, so we upset children.
Yeah, you were saying you had a great time.
I had a great time. I had a great time this time. Maybe it's because the Scream movies aren't overly that violent or graphic or upsetting. Maybe it's because I was high the whole time as opposed because that was a big thing last time as we watched in theaters. About midway, I'm now sober and I'm just thinking about the 3-year-olds who are traumatized. It really impacted my ability to enjoy this movie. But yeah, I do have criticisms of it. I do.
I mean, I also think part of it for me of why I didn't probably enjoy it is because I watched all three of them back to back after watching an entire week's worth of killer slasher movies.
I think so.
Plus ghost movies the week before.
Because like a lot of my one criticism of the kills in this is they go on too long, and not in that like they go on too long and they're upsetting and unpleasant, but like they go on too long and it starts to become evident that what he's killing is not a human. And I get there's obviously always that disconnect if you get that it's not real, it's a movie. But like in within the universe and my suspension of disbelief of the movie, it just starts to become obvious that it's a dummy that he's just playing with, or it's corn syrup, or it's like the more you hold on him chainsawing into like meat that's clearly been like shaped into a human to look like a human, it becomes evident that that's not actually a human body. So your disbelief starts to shrivel, if that makes sense.
Yeah, suspension of disbelief is pushed to the limit.
Yeah, we're like, oh, that's clearly not actually but I still think Art the Clown is a very funny character. Like there's the sequence where he gets the Santa Claus outfit from the Santa Claus, and he's like, no, when I'm dressed as Santa Claus, I got to give him the whole thing. And it starts off kind of like lighthearted, and as the scene goes on, becomes darker and more violent. I like that. There's the funny bit where he gets the couple in the shower where she's talking about how like she wants to talk to him, and she like thinks he's like one of the greatest serial killers of all time, and he's standing just out of frame like. And there's a point where he's like, sounds like you want to fuck him. And she's like, no, I don't want to fuck him. And he's like just his David Howard Thornton as Art the Clown is phenomenal. He's so good.
His pantomiming.
Oh, he's such a great clown. But my biggest criticism of that movie is I don't like. I will say she is also a funny character. Like she's got some funny one-liners. But like once Art the Clown can talk, the character becomes less interesting. So my thing with the Terrifier series as a whole is when he became a spooky demon clown, he became less scary for me. Like in Terrifier 1 is to me still the best one in terms of story, in terms of fear. Because yeah, when that movie came out, crazy clowns who were intimidating people was just the thing. That was just the thing, right?
Very
So
much so.
like that was scary. Whereas when he's a demon clown, demons aren't real. So it's just like not really all that scary for me. It's not and so this one the demon girl from the second one possesses the final girl from the last one, and she's like her face is all like gross and fucked up, and she now talks, and so she talks on behalf of Art the Clown, and she threatens people for him, and he kind of just devolves to being her sidekick. And I saw people who like that, but I'm like, it makes him less interesting as a villain. But she also does have some like funny lines. Like there's a point, one of the characters is the main girl's cousin or something, and she has a present that she's given to the main girl, and she's like, open it. Shittily wrapped in, super shitty, and just her delivery is really it's quite funny. It's quite humorous. That's the thing. These movies kind of have humor to them, but yeah, there's some of the kills where you're like, okay, I get it. Like when he just keeps ramming the chainsaw up the guy's backside, and like he just is slowly slicing him in half and just hacking, and you're like, I get it. I got it 2 minutes ago, man. We can wrap this up. Like the movie's like 2 hours long, and it's too long. It's like I think it ends up. It's over 2 hours long, and it's like it could be an hour 45, and it'd be a much tighter movie.
That's where I say too, like that stuff bothers me because that's it reveling in the violence. Like it's just for the sake of it.
Kind of, because like I will say, the thing that forgives it, okay. Hold on to that, because the thing that forgives it is the humor. I think that's what makes it. Like, I do think that he's too mainstream of a character. It weirds me out when I see him with children. Like,
yeah,
it weirds me out when I see like him at Halloween, Universal Horror Nights, and he's chilling with kids, and I'm like, that's weird to me. Like, that's weird. That makes me feel weird because I know what he does to kids.
I mean, that to me, that's the equivalent of the like when we watched the movie in theater and the people brought their kids to it, and it's like this is not
weird
for them.
No.
Like this is weird.
But
this is uncomfortable.
I respect this one because you have a movie coming up. Their line is so fascinating. They will not show kids getting killed. Like that's his line, and it's so much more effective as a result. Like the bit at the beginning. And it was hard in the theater. Like that was a hard scene to watch. Where he shows up at the opening scene where he's at that family's house and he kills the family.
He's Santa.
He's Santa, yeah. And you don't see him kill the kid. You see the kid, he goes into the room, and it's the brother, and the brother's like, I told you to leave me alone, and you just hear thwack, and it's loud. The sound effects, the sound design is so good. Like you feel it, and it's so much more impactful than when he spends 20 minutes axing the dad and he just becomes meat. Like it's so much more upsetting when you just hear that thwack and that squelch. Like it's such a much more impacttive image. It's still not my favorite Terrifier movie. My favorite Terrifier movie is still the first one. But I definitely enjoyed this way more. If I will say one of these movies in a week is enough. Like I watched the third one, and then I was gonna maybe watch the second one, and I went, I'm good. I'm okay.
There's just no way.
I'm okay. But like supposedly the fourth one, the first 15-ish minutes are Art's backstory, and I'm of two minds of that. I can't lie and say apparently they're going to tell you exactly what his backstory is, and I think that's a mistake on the one hand, because I'm like, when you Scream gets this right, the more you know about a thing, the less scary it is, right? So the more you know about Art the Clown, to be fair, these movies like hint that he's a children's performer who snapped, because in the second movie, I don't know if you remember the Clown Cafe, but like
Yeah,
there's
yeah, yeah.
more references to like a serial killer who kills kids. So I think his backstory is like, yeah, he was a children's performer who snapped. Um, but like,
Oh, isn't
yeah,
it like isn't it like he's a children's performer who gets like possessed by a demon? Because isn't he supposed to be a
well, in
demon?
the second and third one, yeah, he gets possessed by a demon. He's being controlled by the demon. But in the
Yeah.
first one, he's just a guy.
Ah,
So
got
he
it.
gets killed at the end of the first one, and the demon that's possessing the the girl Victoria, she brought him back to life, and she's the member in the second one, the little pale girl.
Vaguely.
The little pale girl possesses the girl with the fucked up face. So now she is the girl with the and the one death in this that I was like, it's too far. Um, Besides the rat one, which is the one that made David Howard Thornton vomit, which I don't blame him. That one's disgusting. Is the one where when basically after the events of the second one, they go into hibernation for 5 years. She gives birth to his head, and it reattaches, and they go into hibernation for 5 years, and some guy finds him, and yeah, Art. I can't remember how Art kills him while she's how to do this in a PG fashion. Um, Using a knife in her hoo ha.
She C-sections herself.
No. She's, you know a thing one girl would do for fun.
Oh, I see.
She's doing that, but with a
Yeah, yeah,
knife.
yeah. No, I got, I
Yeah,
got it, I
yeah.
got it, I got it.
I remember that was unpleasant when there were kids around, and that was even more. That was equally as unpleasant this time.
I mean, the entire thing was unpleasant when
Yeah,
there
but
was
that one
kids
in
around.
particular because it had like that was the one thing I respect and the third one has a sex scene and I didn't I'm usually a guy who's not against the sex scene, but that was the one thing I like about Art the Clown is like for how disgusting and depraved and violent the Terrifier movies are, at least there was no sexual violence. Like that's my line. I can't do sexual violence in movies. I just can't. It will ruin a movie for me. So like the
That's
fact
fair.
there is no sexual violence in this, I'm like, you know what? At least there's that. So yeah, I will absolutely watch the fourth one. I'll go watch it in theaters by myself if I have to.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I have no desire. I've largely blocked them out of my memory.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
I'm
want to
gonna
watch them.
I'm gonna pitch it, and I'm gonna be like the only condition will be it will be the only violent thing we watch that week. That will be it. So it won't be like jam packed in a week
Maybe.
of it'll be the only movie. It'll be the only movie that's violent we watch that week, and it probably won't be connected. It'll just be so I can watch it in theaters. I don't know. I really
Maybe.
truly don't. Because yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Without the option to be stoned throughout it, it does lose some of its charm. I think because I was stoned as balls, it made it more enjoyable because you were able to like, it's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. It allowed me to do that.
Yeah. All I know is that I didn't have a pleasant experience with it.
But there's a but coming, just so you know. All right, that's it for Terrifier 3. But there's a but coming in the have not scenes that probably will surprise you.
So, speaking of have not seen, it's time for us to move on to that. And this part of the video is where I uh, uh, vindicate Justin's feelings about
Validated. You
Halloween.
absolutely valid. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad you chose to do this one first because that that I have a question for you. So okay, first say what it is first, and then I'm gonna ask you my question.
So my thing with I watched the 2018 Halloween movie for those who didn't pick up on
Okay.
it, but so my thing with this movie is as I was watching it, I found myself questioning multiple times. Michael Myers isn't like Jason, right? Like he's just a guy,
He's just a guy. Oh my god.
right?
Cue Officer Holt from Brooklyn Nine-Nine being like, Vindication!
Vindication.
Validation, because yes, he's just a fucking guy.
Because
I will
because
give you. It's a bit different in the first Halloween movie when she's like a teenager and he's killing
sure,
teenagers.
no,
It's
sure,
different then, okay?
in this one is supposed to be a sequel to the first original one, and in this one
Yes.
he's supposed to be like in his 60s, right?
Yes. Basically, this one, they
And
don't do
and
they
most
don't do
importantly, he's just a guy.
it's an alter. This one is basically an alternate Halloween 2. So it cuts off Halloween 2 and any of the sequels that happened after that. So yes,
So it's
so he's
according to this, it's 40 years after the initial killing
so
spree.
there's no Laurie Strode is secretly his baby sister thing. There's none of that. That's all gone. So he's just he.
So how old were they in the original one?
I think she's 16, or maybe yeah, in that age range. She's a teenager.
So if this was she would be like 56, which makes sense. That's about how old she appeared to be. But even then, at that point, I'd say she's too young to be a
It
grandmother.
it this is
But
Halloween is based on that urban legend of there's somebody in the house. You know the one where you phone your friend and it's a wrong number and you're like they're in the house with you. It's based on that.
okay.
There's an episode of Freaky Stories that they made fun of it. The friend of a friend, that urban legend.
But the point is that he's just a guy.
He's just shoot him in the head.
So
Shoot him
so
in the head.
that's ultimately even okay. You constantly say that, but like let's for a second just take that option off the table.
Okay, shoot him in the stomach.
Kick him in the nuts. Shoot him in the leg. Do any number of stab him in the groin.
Okay, the reason why I keep saying it's not for all of the Halloween movies. Like in other Halloween movies, I'm like run him over with a car. In this one specifically, she has a dedicated room full of guns. Like one of the guns she has is a shotgun.
Okay, calm down. But where I get frustrated is okay, ignoring the characters for a second. The movie itself cannot decide whether he's superhuman or just a guy. Like
what I'm saying.
The filmmakers themselves, removing the characters and the fact that she's a paranoid, like I don't think schizophrenic.
And then
is
just
the right
blast
word,
him in the face with a shotgun.
But the Julie character is Jamie Lee Curtis character is a paranoid woman who has like fences around, multiple cameras, lights. Like she has been preparing for this for 40 something years, and there's just a number of scenes where like she goes into like a dark room full of mannequins. She's following him and allowing him to dictate the she's too smart for this.
Right? Well,
she should be going. She has a specialized underground bunker under her countertop. Go down there and wait for him to come to you and shoot him.
Shoot him.
But then that's where the movie is frustrating because it's like she shoots him in the hand, which any human, that's enough to stop.
But there's a point in that movie where she corners him in this room full of guns and she's on the other side of the cage. Take one of the shotguns, which doesn't require much aiming power, walk up to him and blast him in the face with a shotgun. If you're gonna sit there and be like, Justin, but guns miss, not when you blast him with a shotgun in his fucking face.
What I'm gonna say is, and this is where my frustration comes from, like because horror movie characters being stupid is a trope of horror movies. So her being too stupid not to do that, I tend to forgive because it's a horror movie. Let me finish. I tend to forgive because it's a horror movie character. Where I get frustrated is the knowledge that even if she did do that, he would just get back up and keep walking.
Right.
Because that's how the movie treats him. But he's human. So it's not like Freddy, or it's not like Jason, or it's not like any of those other ones where they're supernatural and can get up and keep moving. He got shot in the hand. His fingers are blown off. Like
right?
he's not doing any of the stuff that he does after that point. He's a 60-something-year-old man.
Right.
I don't care how much adrenaline you have pumping through your body.
You had your hand blown off, man.
He had his hand blown off by a shotgun.
Like he's human. Like these movies go. This movie in it's not all of the Halloween movies, but it's definitely this one that goes out of its way to make the point that he's just a guy.
They could have gotten past that. That's the thing that frustrates me with this movie is even keeping him human. They could have gotten past that because there's a point where the doctor has him, Michael Myers, and the granddaughter are in the backseat of the police cruiser after he kills the police officer. The
Yeah.
doctor could have like injected him with something that made him like super,
Or
not
like maybe
superhuman, but
don't
like,
give Laurie Strode a room full of guns and a bunker that could easily kill a 60-year-old man. Like that's the thing is she has too many guns. I
or
know I
like
keep going to
if
guns,
they're
but guns are so effective in killing
or
people.
like if there had been like a line that the doctor said where he was like, I only heard him speak once, and it was in the mental hospital when he sold his soul to the devil, or something that makes it believable that he can do all these things
Well,
that he's doing.
that's because
Because
that
because because and this is really where the movie fell apart for me, and it was real early on. It was before any of this other stuff. How did the bus crash? I don't think they ever say how the bus crashed.
I
Was it
think you're
one of the
right.
other? Was it one of the other people? Was it like did he somehow magically break out of his chains because they would have had him deeply locked up? How did he get out? How did he escape? I don't think they say how he
He's
gets off the
not
bus.
even really that big. Like later versions of Michael make Michael Myers huge, but this version of Michael is not like a big guy. Like that, but that's the thing is this movie goes out of its way to tell you he's human. Okay, so this was my question. This movie very explicitly shows him choking out a child. Like for
Yeah. So here in the Wikipedia, it just says the night of October 30th, as Michael is being transferred, the bus crashes and Michael escapes after murdering two
yeah,
people
I
in the
feel like there's
truck.
probably a deleted scene somewhere which explains how he disappeared. Like, but no, here's my
That
question
doesn't
for
mean
you.
anything. That doesn't mean anything because that's not in the movie.
No, well, yeah, I don't know if there is or not, but I'm sure there. Anyway, here's my question for you, Jordan. Um, the other reason why I chose this movie for you is because you made such a big deal of Art the Clown killing kids, and I was like, but you never actually see Art the Clown kill the kids. This movie, full bore. Michael Myers chokes out a child, and the scene is excruciatingly long. Like it goes on forever. How is this not worse?
It's not as gratuitous.
But it is though. It is
It's
equally as
not.
gratuitous. It's if anything, it's more gratuitous because you actually see him kill the kid, like full on kill the kid. Whereas Art the Clown, their line is you never see him kill the kid.
I think the difference is how do I put this into words? I think the difference for me, I should say, is um entirely in how the character is portrayed. So in Art the Clown, even though we don't see him murder the kid, we know he does, and we know how he murders other people. So I, in my head, can fill in the blanks of how gleefully he would do it. Whereas, and maybe this is pedantic, I don't know. Michael is cold. He has
Yeah, I
no
don't know.
emotion.
To me, that makes it
It
worse.
doesn't.
That makes it so
It
much worse.
doesn't. It doesn't for me because it
Also, the
doesn't come
scene is so
across.
much
It doesn't come
worse.
across like he's enjoying it.
Like whereas with Art the
Like
Clown, it's
I guess
quick.
the best way for me to word it is he's in to me in this he's too much like Jason
Yeah, but Jason wouldn't
for
kill a
it,
kid. That's the difference. Jason
no,
wouldn't
but
kill a kid.
I'm talking in disposition though,
Yeah, no,
and the
I
way that he's
know.
portrayed. I don't know. It just doesn't bother me as much.
Oh, see, it bothered me so much worse because I'm like, at least in Terrifier, you, and maybe it's because I watched this after Terrifier 3, and I was like, I watched that after I'd watched Terrifier 3, and I was like, yeah, this is, you see that kid, it's so much more upsetting to me because you actually, there's so many movies where you're like, yeah, you actually see the kid die, like that's so
I don't
much.
know. I think it's because I've watched shows like The Walking Dead where they have kids as zombies who get shot in the head.
Yeah, no.
It
Like to
doesn't.
me, Art without the Clown, like in Terrifier 3, it's like sweet three swings and the, this is so fucked up, but it's like three swings and that's it. Like it's a little squelchy, but there isn't it's
To
over
be
quick.
fair, to be fair, I don't know if under different circumstances
Play
that might
different.
not have bothered. Yeah, that well, I was
That's
gonna
where I'm
say that
like
might.
that's where I'm like
I'm like that might not have
I
bothered the
have
movie might not have bothered me as
I
much, but
I
it
know
did, and
I know you're like never again, but I really would be interested to see if like you watched it at home, what your if your opinion changed on that third Terrifier movie.
I don't think so because I think that experience has tainted it for me forever.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know because some of these
All
movies you
right,
described this week sound more gnarly than Terrifier is.
yeah,
Sound
but
more gnarly.
they don't revel in it,
Also, I half
and
expected you
the big difference of what
mm,
made
yeah, see some of the
the
ones I
big
watched.
Well, we talked about this on stream last time. Of what makes Terrifier different is so, like for example, the haunted house one. Um,
Also, to be fair, you weren't bothered
or
by it until the
or
third one.
yeah, when I think I just had too much.
Yeah.
Um,
So too much cake at a certain point,
but
it's gonna make you sick.
but a big difference between the Terrifier movies versus a lot of the ones that I watched, not necessarily this one, but a lot of the ones that I watched, is the people that die in those movies are caricatures.
Yeah,
They're
but I don't think anyone who dies in
they're
this one
dumb.
deserves it, though.
That's why I say not necessarily this one, but I'm just talking. You compared it to some of the other ones that I watched
Yeah,
this week.
they usually
They
the guys who
they
get it deserve it.
they
Usually.
fall. Well, they're either because they're bad people or they're stupid.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's why those don't bother me, and they're also just cartoony.
That's the thing with
Like,
Terrifier, is like some of the kills are fun because they deserve it. Like in Terrifier
yeah,
3, like I'm not gonna lie, watching the true crime girl get it, it's kind of satisfying because she's so insensitive to their feelings that you're like, she kind of deserves it. So you're like, and just
and
it's just true crime
part of
podcasts are kind of a scourge. So
part of why I'm going off of a year ago memory. I'd have to go back and actually watch the video of us talking, but part of from what I seem to remember of why the Art Santa youngling scene bothered me um, is because he didn't deserve. Not that anyone ever deserves to die, but you know what I mean. Where it's just
I just
it didn't
the
feel
kid
like
dying in this bothered me because he had such a little character arc. He stood up to his dad. You know, he was like, "No, Dad, I want to be an artist. I don't want to be a football player like you." And then yeah, I don't know. I think it was the context, but also I half expected you to be like, "There's so much other shit in this movie I
I.
hate that was
Well, I
bad."
was gonna say I have to be honest, and maybe this makes me a terrible person. I don't even really remember a kid dying in this one.
He dies in the beginning. It's basically it's after not Jason, not Freddy. Michael escapes. He's like the first people they kill. They're the first
Yeah.
people he kills.
Oh, in the right in the car
Yeah.
in the car. You don't really see much, not much
No,
more
he
than you do
full bore see Michael
with the art
choke.
one.
No, you full bore see Michael like strangle him to death, like full bore strangle, and it holds on his face as Michael strangles him to death.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. It
But
didn't affect
also,
me
like
as
he
bad.
wasn't like a toddler, and that might also be the difference.
That is, yeah. Wasn't he like? Isn't he like 13?
10 or 11, something like that.
I think he's supposed to be like 13.
But he's a kid. The point is he was a
Old
kid.
enough, where he's not like 4.
It's also not bloody. But yeah, no, it holds on its face as he gets killed. It's pretty brutal. Jordan, is that it for Halloween?
It had a budget of 10 million. Can you guess? Woo!
It was very
Just
successful. They made two more movies.
just from that reaction that I just gave you. Guess what the box
I
office
mean,
is.
I think like 50 million. The next one came out literally like the next year.
You think it's that small? Oh, Justin, it was 259.9
It
million.
did well, is the point. Um,
That's Halloween.
that's Halloween. So it's funny. It's funny you're like, um, okay. So part of the condition of this week was Jordan got to pick two of my movies, and Jordan, you said you picked these randomly, right?
I picked them off of a list of like most violent
Okay.
slasher movies.
Okay, so it's incredible that you had no idea what you picked when you picked, because this
I had a
first
loose idea, but you
this
know.
first one is called Hatchet, and it is disgusting. It is one of the truly most violent movies I have ever seen. It has Jason, Freddy, and the Candyman. So it has the guy who plays Jason, the guy who plays Freddy. He gets killed within the first like 15 minutes, and then Tony Todd, who's also, you know him as Venom, shows up at one point, and this guy is they're in Mardi Gras in New Orleans for Mardi Gras, trying to get over his girlfriend, and they wind up on this fake swamp tour by this con artist Asian guy who can't decide which accent he wants. And the guy who plays Jason, Kane Hodder, I think his name is, he plays this character who's the killer, who is basically Jason's angrier, more violent cousin, basically. Like, this movie is so, like, at one point, like, a lot of the characters don't deserve to die. So two of the characters are this like nice old couple who went on this tour, and part of the thing is this part of the swamp is closed because if people go to this part of the swamp, they die. So Robert Englund, that's his name. Robert Englund and his son are hunting for gators, and they wind up in this forbidden part of the swamp, and they get killed by the killer. And so his daughter, like this scummy tour guide is going into this part of the swamp because it's closed, and he's doing these tours illegally. So the groups of the tours is the tourists that are on this tour are an old couple, this guy who's pretending to be a movie producer in order to convince these women to take their clothes off. The two women he's convinced to take their clothes off. The guy's friend, the guy, and the Asian guy, and he ends up crashing the boat, and they try to get off the boat. And as they're getting off the boat, an alligator rips off the leg of one of the old couple, the husband, and they're trying to get off of the boat and onto the land. And she's like, "Yeah, we need to get out of here. Alligators can go on land," as if nobody knew that. And it's like, well,
this is new shocking information.
Right. It's like, well, yeah, they do, but they're really more of ambush predators. So the getting you from the water is probably the most they're gonna do. They've already expended enough energy doing that. They're gonna go back into the water and probably go for a fish. You're largely fine. And yeah, some of these kills, man. The old guy, he just like hacks at him with an axe and just completely cleaves him in half. The one black friend, who's the one black character in this movie, he's just a nice guy who he doesn't want to go on this tour. He's like, man, I don't want to do this, but he's just doing it to be a good friend. And the guy like grabs him by his like underneath his arms and just like rips him in half. And it's, I would say, more bloody and violent than the Terrifier movies. It's just like the Terrifier movies in the way that like the kills luxuriate in it, but like this is worse because it doesn't have any of the humor. It's just people getting brutally murdered in a swamp for seemingly like no reason, and what he is not clear. They want to give him a backstory where he gets killed by a bunch of bullies as a kid, so he's a ghost. But it's a ghost that can violently rip you and shred you and mutilate you. And I'm like, but that's not really how ghosts work. So it's like you can't really decide. Apparently there's a sequel that explains what his deal is that I kind of want to watch. But yeah, I was shocked by how brutally violent this was. I was like, just some of the kills, I was like, holy shit. Like, yeah, he gets all of them. At one point he gets all of them. The final, it's also another one of those ones where it doesn't end so much as it stops. Like, her and the guy are like getting away in the boat. She gets pulled into the water, and the bad guy hops out of the water, and then she's flailing around, and like she gets out of the water, and the guy's now in pieces. Or no, sorry, she gets pulled out of the water by the guy's arms, and she gets into the boat, and the bad guy goes to attack her, and he's holding the arms of the guy that he's used to trick her into getting into the boat. And then the movie just kind of stops. And apparently they made like 3 more of these. And from what I could gather from Wikipedia, he's sort of an iconic character, but I had never heard of him before. Also, Amazon characterized this as a horror comedy. I would not characterize it as a horror comedy. But yeah, I mean, there's the occasional, I guess they were jokes, but I would not consider this a comedy. But yeah, no, I was like, whoa! I just couldn't believe that you managed to get something that had Freddy, Jason, and the Candyman in it.
I think that's why I picked it.
Okay, that would make sense. Because yeah, the guy who plays Jason is the killer in this.
Interesting.
And
Yeah, I
yeah,
think I can't remember. I think, but I was skimming through a list and I clicked through a few, and I again because you had very specific guidelines of what you did not want to see in the movie, so I kind of
no,
had to
no
skim
sexual violence.
a little bit, but yeah. So yeah,
No,
any
yeah,
final?
it what yeah it was I was, but again because I'm here and like I'm stoned and I could be and I can like yeah it made it I don't know it was no it was it was upsetting. I don't know if it was more upsetting than Terrifier. Like on the scale of like 1 to Terrifier, it's probably a solid. If Terrifier is a 10 in this analogy, it's probably an 8. Like it's almost as bad as
So
Terrifier.
so it's not as bad as Terrifier. I thought you were gonna say
No.
it's like an 11 or a 12 because it goes past
No, it
Terrifier.
doesn't go past Terrifier because there isn't a scene where someone puts a tube in a person's mouth and puts a rat
Okay,
in that tube.
we can't. We're on YouTube.
That didn't happen. Or like the second one with the potatoes where it was ramming the potatoes down the
Again, we don't need
that
descriptions.
that didn't happen. So yeah, like there was less body horror like than in the Terrifier movies, but no, some of the deaths were brutal, like just brutal. I was like, whoa! And it's one of those movies where not much happens for the first like 30 minutes, and you're like, oh, this is all right. And then yeah, he kills the first person, and you're like, Jesus. But yeah, that's it. That's Hatchet. His
Okay,
Hizity Hatchet.
so it's time for me to talk about a movie that I guarantee you think is a different movie than it actually is.
Okay.
And that is called The Mousetrap.
I mean, this is unfair.
So
I know what it is.
you think you know what it is because you think it's the one that has the guy Art the Clown in it. This is not that one.
Oh. Oh.
This is a different one.
Oh.
That one came out. That one is called Screamboat and came out in 2025.
Gotcha.
This is called The Mousetrap and came out in 2024.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
This
So it's
is
not,
a
does not, what's the word?
this is
Speak
a
highly of that
Canadian
movie?
this is a Canadian supernatural slasher film.
It looked bad.
Um,
Although some of the jokes sounded funny, I will give it that.
so it's I mean, for those who don't know, Mickey Mouse, Steamboat Willie went into public domain, and so of course people made a whole bunch of horror versions. There are, from what I can see, at least a couple. One, two, three, four, at least four. I don't know if I Heart Willie is one.
Oh, of
No, yeah,
the,
I Heart Willie is definitely one. What about Walt Before Mickey? No,
oh,
that's not one.
the Steamboat Willie horror
So
movies. Wait, did you say
so
there's
there's one,
four of them?
two, three, four. There's five of them.
There's 5 of them. How did I
Yeah,
not know that?
there's five, and this was one of the first ones. So basically,
So if you're thinking of making one
uh,
of these, you're not creative or original. Stop.
no,
Just
no,
stop.
you're really not. So our main girl, she works at like an arcade, basically, and her manager asks her and her coworker to stay and look after a party of like eight rich kids or whatever. Uh, and meanwhile, he goes up to his office and he's watching Steamboat Willie on like a projector, and he has a mask, a Mickey mask, which is like calling to him, and he puts it on and then like gets possessed, basically,
By Steamboat Willie.
by I assume Steamboat Willie. Uh,
But Steamboat Willie wasn't a murderer.
this one is.
But that's not what Steamboat
Uh,
Willie is.
well, this one is.
I gotta say, I've never heard of a
So
person who was radicalized by Steamboat Willie.
Yes, well, this person was.
He's just
So,
sitting there chilling, watching Steamboat.
um, and and so apparent. It was bad. Uh, so
What?
apparently,
No.
this is the point where if my mic was plugged in, I would be leaning into it and being like, "This was bad."
This was so bad.
Um,
I'll do it for you.
but
I'll do it for you. This was really bad. This was so bad. Jordan's about to tell us it was so bad. It's real bad. There we go. I did it.
it was really bad. So apparently,
It was so bad.
the writer Simon Phillips, um,
But is it intentionally
he
bad, or is it like did they, or is it like are they trying to be? Is it
I
trying to be bad? Like, is it a satire, a
I
parody, or is it like
I I think it's supposed to be a satire.
they legit tried
Personally,
their best?
that's what I choose to believe anyway.
That's what helps me sleep at
But
night.
apparently, yeah, this was it was announced January 1st, 2024, the same day, so the exact same day that Steamboat Willie went into the public domain. So this was like the first one
Yeah. Oh, okay.
that
Okay.
was announced.
That's funny. This is okay. So this was the one you were like, oh, they were just frothing at the mouth. Okay, I do know this. I do know that. The costume doesn't look any. It doesn't look
Oh,
right.
it looks awful.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
looks
yeah.
so bad.
I do
It's
recall
just
this
it's
one.
just
I
it's
think
just a
we.
guy it's just a guy who's wearing a sports jersey and he's got a Mickey Mouse mask on. He
I
looks
think we
so
talked
bad.
about this on the show. This
Oh,
sounds familiar.
yeah. I think so. Um,
Like
but
it's just to get on TikTok or to have people talk about it on TikTok. Probably had
uh,
like a nothing budget. It was easy and cheap to make.
well, funny enough, it has the budget here. It did terribly at the box
Of course
office,
it did.
but it had a budget of 800,000.
My thing is, why does it take place in an
And
arcade?
uh, probably
Why?
because that was cheap.
What is the connection between Steamboat Willie and the arcade?
Very little, to
So wait,
nothing.
so the killer is her boss?
The killer is her boss, but he doesn't. He's not. It's not her boss. It's her boss's
But her
body.
boss just happens to be sitting up in the office, coincidentally, just chilling, watching Steamboat Willie. He's like, you know what I'm gonna do? It's late on a Friday night. I'm here late at the office. Let's chill and watch some Steamboat Willie, like we all do.
Basically, yeah. He goes up there. He puts it. He has like a thing that he puts into the projector. It starts playing Steamboat Willie on the projector, and then like yeah, he hears whispers or
Like a
whatever.
film
And
projector?
yeah, it
Why,
appears
why
to
does?
be.
Okay, stop. Time out. Sorry, just questions. Why not have this take place in a movie theater then?
That's a great
That would
question.
make way more sense. Why does the owner of the boss at the arcade have a film projector in his office at the arcade? Why not just have this movie take place in a movie theater?
So the framing device of this movie is that the detective Cole and Marsh are doing an interview with Rebecca, one of the girls that was there, so that they can determine what happened. To the point where multiple times they cut into to her story and are like, "Wait, how do you know this? You weren't there for that."
How do you know
Like by
about the
your by your
parts you
own
weren't
by
there
your own
for?
yeah, basically.
How do you know about
Um,
the parts you weren't there for?
so here I'll read what it says on as the description of what happens, just so I'm not missaying things.
How do you know
Uh,
about the parts you weren't there for?
arcade employees Alex and Jaina, who are both girls, are told by their boss Tim Collins to stay on a late shift due to a last-minute booking. Later, whilst watching a copy of Steamboat Willie on a film projector, he comes across a Mickey Mouse mask that begins speaking to him. Tim, in a trance, slowly puts the mask on. And then, yeah, there's a point where Alex witnesses Tim wearing the Mickey mask, shading up one of the exits, and then their friends are there and they're drinking and they're partying for her because it's her birthday. Um, and it's a surprise party. And so then, as the party goes into full swing, one of them gathers the phones and puts it in a bag so that they can focus on the party. And then Paul and Jackie go into the jungle gym to have sex, in that place where children play.
I
Um,
mean, like one does. That's what you do in an
like one,
arcade.
like one does. Mickey appears and attacks them with a knife. Also, Mickey in this has the ability to teleport. But when blinking lights, like a flashing, like almost like a film projector light, which is definitely not why they used the film projector in the beginning. Definitely not.
Okay,
But
back to my original
when
question: why not just have this take place? Why
when
not just have this take place in the
when
movie theater?
the film projector is on him, then he can't teleport.
Jordan, this sounds
And
bad.
so, oh, it's so bad, but like ridiculously fun kind of bad, if that makes sense. Um,
Yes, it does. Fun, good, bad,
and
fun, bad.
fun bad.
See, now I'm gonna have to watch
Um,
the Art the Clown one for the show. I think.
and so, uh, course of the movie happens. They uh, they figure out that they can use the strobe lights to disorient Mickey. And what's really funny is, like in the subtitles, in the Wikipedia, and everything, they refer to him as Mickey. It's very funny.
That's funny.
Um, uh, and so they use or they use the strobing lights, and they start beating him down and beating the crap out of him because he can't teleport away, and he's just kind of a guy when he's in that position. And But he teleports away because he manages to turn off the lights with
Does
telekinesis.
he play Turkey
And
on the Straw in anyone's organs?
no.
I'm not interested. That's the one thing I want out of a
Um,
Steamboat Willie horror movie. I want him to play
but
Turkey on
uh,
the Straw on people's organs.
but Alex is taunting him and stuff, and then but before he disappears forever, he reappears behind Alex and decapitates her,
Oh
and
snap!
then he disappears and seems to have gone away. And then back in the present, the detectives do not believe Rebecca's story, leave her locked in her cell, and then in a post-credit scene,
Oh snap!
because they were bold and thought they were going to get a sequel, Justin. Um, Mickey arrives at the police station, frees Rebecca from her cell, and tells her that there are some people that he wants her to meet. And then she gets up,
They
smiles,
introduced him
and
to the
follows
Avengers
him.
Initiative.
And um, apparently, in September 2024, a sequel titled "The Mousetrap: Welcome to the Mickeyverse" began filming.
Of course
But
it did.
apparently, the writer, the guy who wrote the movie, is the guy who is playing the guy in the Mickey
That
mask.
makes sense. That makes sense. So it seems like he ran out or he had the script sitting and he was just waiting for it to fall into to
Had a
copyright.
budget of $800,000, made a box office of
Didn't make anything.
$109,973,000.
It didn't make anything
It lost money,
because
and
everyone because
it had negative reviews from
because
critics.
nobody wants this. Like that's the thing is people were tolerant of the Winnie the Pooh one, but no, I've not seen a single The only one that I've seen anyone get excited for is the David Howard Thornton one, and that's because it has David Howard Thornton in it. That's the only reason.
Yeah, that one is called what did I say earlier? That one's called Screamboat.
Screamboat. Yeah, that one I actually want to watch. That one I will totally watch for the show
I
one
mean,
day.
just looking at the poster of it with the mouse, it looks better.
Jordan, is that it?
That's about all I can
That's
say
it.
about that one.
So the final countdown, Jordan, the final movie. So there was one more movie initially Jordan suggested Thanksgiving, or had already seen Thanksgiving, so
Sorry, real
couldn't.
quick. I will say apparently they were also chomping at the bit to do Screamboat because one day after it went public domain, Screamboat was
Of
also
course,
announced.
of
So,
course. Uh,
which I think is funny.
yeah. So yeah, Jordan initially suggested Thanksgiving, and I was like, I already watched Thanksgiving for the show, and he was like, oh. So then he suggested Opera, and Jordan, Opera I would say is really not a slasher movie. It's really not. I mean, it is and it isn't. There is. It does involve a person killing multiple people, but it's not. I don't know how else to put it. It's not really like it's not like a Jason or a Michael Myers or. It's a guy, very much a guy, and he's a serial. It's okay. The plot of this is number one. The first thing is when I went to I had to download this. When I went to download it,
Whoa,
Um,
whoa, whoa. We don't download here. What
Perfectly
are you talking
legally. I
about?
downloaded it perfectly legally off of Google store. Um, it said it was Italian.
Nice, nice, nice save.
It said it was Italian. Italian was in the brackets, and I went, "Oh no! Did Jordan just give me an Italian movie?" Oh man! And I'm like getting ready to watch this watch this in Italian and have to watch with subtitles, and then the character started to speak English, and I went, "Oh, okay." But then some of the characters are speaking English, and the lips are matching up, and they're clearly that's what they're saying. But then other characters are not, and they're definitely dubbed over. So I looked it up, and everything I saw was like, which version is better, the English or the Italian? Apparently, the Italian version is worse because most of the actors speak English, and so when they dub over, the live action dubbing is way worse. But this was created and written by the particular Italian director after. Okay, the plot of this is there's a understudy actress who is taken over the role in the opera Macbeth, playing Lady Macbeth, after the main actress got upset that the director who was directing it was a movie director, and he wanted to make it too theatrical. So like he has lightning machines, and like there's the performance includes live ravens that fly around, and she storms out and gets into an accident and breaks her leg, so she can't perform. So this understudy takes over, whose mother is a famous opera singer, and while she's performing, some guy gets attacked by a mysterious person in a black mask, and there's multiple points where characters have this exact same conversation. So she goes back to one of the staff members' uncle's place. He has a rich uncle who just gives him his place, and they go with the intention to have sex, but for reasons that are unexplained, she can't have sex. And he says that there is this rumor that all opera singers are all horny all the time, and they all want to have sex right before a performance because they think that it'll make their voice better.
I mean, this just sounds true.
And
Just every bit of this sounds accurate.
and she can't, for again reasons that are not explained. So he gets up to leave, and the killer shows up, ties her up, and this part was actually kind of upsetting. Unravels these like needles and like attaches them to her eyes to force her to watch. So if she closes her eyes get punctured, and then he proceeds to brutally murder this guy that she was about to sleep with. Stefano is his name, and the movie's a mystery of who the killer is. And there is a scene, the scene that made me ironically the most uncomfortable. I tried to look it up, but there's ravens appear throughout the movie, and the big important thing to remember is this movie came out in 1987. So there's bits where it looks like animal cruelty. Like there's a bit where he's like grabbing the crow like this, and then he like throws it, and then the crow hits the ground, and you could see it flap, and then there's a cut, and the crow looks too real. Like it's 1987, so it's not CGI. It doesn't look like a puppet, and it just looks like they abused, not crows, ravens. It just looks like they abused these ravens because it's in Italy, and I don't know if this is before animal rights, like animal safety and animal rights are really a thing. And again, this movie was made in Italy and made in Europe, so like it looked like animal abuse to me, and it made me uncomfortable more so than the murders. Now, the thing that's kind of fascinating to me about this movie that I'm really glad you picked it, because again, made in Italy in 1987. I can't remember what year you said your Freddy movie came out in. This is as brutal as a modern horror movie. A modern, like when you
85, I think I
like
said
when
it
you
was.
remember like that, like horror movies in America, slasher movies in America are like Friday the 13th Part 7 and like Freddy Part 6 or whatever, and they're silly and they're goofy. Like this is brutal. This movie was brutal. The kills were brutal. Like I was shocked by how brutal this was for 1987. And I was like, Europe is clearly, they're not nearly as prudish. They don't have the same level of social
different sensibilities.
Yeah, they have way different sensibilities when it comes to horror movies. This felt closer to a exploitation film than a slasher film, and the whole so big twist. You find out there's a character who's been investigating the murders. It's a police officer. Oh yeah, also there's a character that's in it. One of her neighbors who is being dubbed over by a man. Like the female voice is a man. So she's got a daughter who is clearly that's not her voice. It sounds like an adult doing a child voice, but the actress is a child. So I'm guessing she can only speak Italian. But there's just certain characters that are speaking Italian and are being dubbed over in English, and then there's certain characters that speak English, but then randomly are not speaking English, but they're still being dubbed over. But it's the same actress. It's very strange.
That would drive me crazy.
But the big twist is that the killer is the police officer who used to kill for the main girl's mother. Like, she would kill for her and torture women, and then the mother would watch her, and then he ultimately killed her because he got tired of killing people. But it wasn't that so much that he got tired of killing people, because she kills him finally, and he starts to say that he enjoyed it, but he's just more upset because the mother wouldn't put out.
I have no words to I don't.
He's like, she wouldn't give it up for me, and I'm like, oh, that's your objection. Oh, so you're just gross. You're just disgusting.
I mean, he was already gross, but yeah.
But yeah, like,
Okay.
and so the movie. Another weird detail of the movie is like, there's this weird juxtaposition of, sometimes they'll show opera scenes and it's really whimsical and it's opera, so it's really like soft, and then whenever a murder happens, they play heavy metal, so you could tell that a murder is about to happen because heavy metal will just start randomly playing. Oh, the murder must be about to happen. There's a really funny bit.
Heavy metal is the devil's music.
I'm just
so
saying
that makes sense.
He wanted to juxtapose the soft nature of opera music to heavy metal. That's what the Wikipedia article said. But the funniest bit is the end where she thinks she's gotten away and she's with the director of the movie of the play, and she's like, "Oh, you're safe now." And I don't remember what triggers it, but he's like, "No, he's actually alive and he's escaped." And the next scene is like her running away, like just far enough that he can't get her, and he does this like run that's kind of like this, and it's just his run is so non-threatening looking. It's so funny. Yeah, this was weird. It was a weird movie. I can't say that I didn't enjoy it, but it was weird. It was so weird. It was definitely a weird way to end my week, I will say.
So on the scale of 1 to Terrifier.
9. Solid 9.
All right.
Yeah, it was pretty close. Right. Like, I was, maybe 7, maybe 8, 9. Like, I was impressed by how graphically violent this was for the 1980s. I was like, whoa. Like, again, when you remember that slasher flicks are like mid-tier or lower tier Freddy and Jason and Halloween movies. Like, yeah, Halloween 6 is out by this point. 5 is out by this point. And yeah, they're slasher flicks. Like, when you're like, Scream was created as an answer to those later Freddy and Jason movies. Like, well, Europe was making stuff that was gnarly, that was violent. Like, yeah, again, I was impressed is maybe not the word, but definitely surprised. I was definitely surprised by this. But that's it. That's the R-rated stuff. That's the violent stuff.
That's the slashers.
To end our Halloween spooky of the moment month, we have to do the family-friendly stuff. We have to do the kid stuff, but I'm also adding a caveat. You're allowed to do some PG-13. Nothing higher than a PG-13, or 14A in our case. So nothing R-rated, but it could be PG, PG-13 if you want to throw in a PG-13 there. G-rated, whatever. The easygoing stuff. Make it easy going.
Easy breezy.
Because, like, then maybe I can watch The Ring or The Grudge. Maybe I'll watch The Grudge, because I'm pretty sure those are PG-13. Anyway, G to PG-13, your Disney, your Nickelodeons, all those guys. That's next week. And that will end Spooky of the Moment for this year, for this Halloween season. Yeah, that's the end of the show. Come back next week, Jordan.
It's not the same. It's not the same without the microphone.
No, it's not the same. I obviously. Ooh, I'm spooky. I'm spooky Justin. Spooky Justin just showed up to the party. Ooh, Jordan, where can the people find you?
Other than here, I do Minecraft Mondays, where I'm on Twitch, ZethGore187. And I hang out with you on the weekends.
I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere. I am on TikTok at Justin Spurr. We're on TikTok as well as Spur at the Moment P on TikTok. You can email the show if you want to sponsor the show or be on the show or be on other versions of the show. We're constantly looking for people to come talk to us. We love to talk to people. Come email me. Then you can join the Patreon. We have a Patreon. You join the Discord. Nobody uses Discord anymore, but you can join the Discord. Leave us a comment about your favorite slasher movie. What do you like when it comes to slasher movies? Click. The boxes have probably popped up if they haven't already. Click the box on the left. Jordan, what's the box on the left?
I think we did zombies last week, right?
We did zombies last week.
We did Monster Mash.
Monster Mash. Monster Mash. You could go check out the Monster Mash special if you click the box on the left. Or Jordan, what happens if they click the box on the right?
YouTube will suggest them things that they think that they might like.
Random videos. How many videos do we put out a week, Jordan?
I mean, one every day.
One every single day. We also put shorts out multiple times a day, every single day. What should people do for receiving all that magnificent content, Jordan?
Like, comment, and subscribe.
You gotta subscribe. You gotta leave us a like. Likes help out the videos. That helps out the channel. All next week we have slasher videos coming out. If you can't watch a whole episode, that's fine. We have videos coming out all day, all week, next week. All sorts of slasher videos coming out leading up to Halloween. Get excited for that. That I believe
excited.
Is
Get excited.
We will see you all next week, everybody. Have a good one.